And welcome to Seoul for quarterfinals day at the Victor Career Open, event number 1 on the 12 tournament OSIM BWF World Superseries. Not only the first event of 2012, but also the first of the 5 premier events and the richest tournament in the sport of badminton, with $1 million prize fund up for grabs. The other premier Super Series events, of course, all England, Indonesia, Denmark and China, and there's the list of all 12. Well, as I say, it is quarterfinals day and day 4 of competition, and my goodness, the smash speeds have been getting faster and faster all week. The men led by Ko Seung-hyun in the men's doubles yesterday, 279, that's 174 miles per hour. For the women, the Indonesian Johari, 229, just under 143 miles per hour. It really is hotting up the action here. And as I say, it is quarterfinals day, and the 5 matches we have for you this afternoon. We're starting with women's singles, and it features a home player, the left-handed Bai Yongju. She's up against Li from China. Then we've got men's doubles and the defending champions, the 3 times winners of this event, Jung and Lee, up against Fang and Lee from Taipei. Then men's singles and the 2010 champion, the current world number 1, Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia. He's up against Kenichi Tago of Japan. Women's doubles will follow that, and the Asian Games gold medalists of Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei up against Maeda and Suetsuna, the number 5 seeds from Japan. And then the last of our 5 matches this afternoon, a second men's singles and the defending champion, the Olympic champion, the 4-time world champion Lin Dan of China up against Jan Jorgensen of Denmark. So it really is a terrific lineup for quarterfinals day here at the Victor Career Open. Well, I know that the players are waiting in the wings just to come on to court. It gives me an opportunity to welcome Ian Wright once again to the commentary position. And Ian, well, we've seen sensational matches all week, and what a lineup we've got for quarterfinals day.
Yes, it's going to be a really interesting day's badminton today. A lot of local interest. Should get the crowd involved early on, and looking forward to today.
Yes, well, of course, we're starting with women's singles, and it comes from the bottom half of the draw. And I can tell you, in the bottom half of the draw, just 1 seeded player remains, and that's the number 2 seed, Wang Shixian. So the match, we've got 2 unseeded players. Li Sherei of China up against the left-handed Bai Yongju of Korea. 2 youngsters, the future, of course, of world badminton. 2 players like this at the age of 20 and 21. Well, we're going to be seeing an awful lot more of them. They really are very talented players indeed. Well, no doubt that the fans will be behind the left-handed Bai Yongju, but this lady has been in tremendous form of late. Just 20 years of age, from Chongqing in Sichuan province, Li Sherei, currently enjoying a spell at her highest ever position on the world rankings. And I say she's been in good form. She's reached at least the semi-final of the last 5 tournaments she's played. Can she make it 6 in a row? Well, we're about to find out, because her opposition, this is Bai Yongju, number 14 in the world ranking at the moment, and her win-loss record for last year translates into 2 finals. Was a beaten finalist at the 2010 Super Series, which of course was played in January 2011. My goodness, what a hard battle she's had so far. And let me draw your attention to that first round match, because that was against the number 3 seed, former world number 1, Wang Xin, defeating the Chinese star in that first round in 55 minutes. What a battle. And then in the second round against the qualifier, my goodness, that was tough as well. But her opponent has had a tough route too, because both of her matches have gone the full distance as well. As I say, currently in her highest ever position in the world rankings. This is her 8th week in total at world number 9. And her win-loss record for last year, 3 finals for her, beaten in all. Not beaten in all finals, I don't know what I'm talking about there. She was runner-up at the French Super Series event. Of course, that was her first Super Series, and my goodness, well, she disposed of a seed as well. Number 5 seed Tina Bown in that second round encounter. But Ian, let's just talk a little bit about Marin, that young Spanish girl who she had to play in the first round. That was 1 hour and 7 minutes. Previous two matches, of course, between these two players, both going to the Chinese player, and the last time they met was in the first round of that French Open, and as you can see, it was pretty comfortable. But just a very quick word about Marin, the Spanish youngster that played so well in the first round against Li Sherei.
Yes, you'd have to say she's the most promising of the young players coming through in the European game at the moment. A very, very strong match player and plays a very mature game for her age. Had a great World Junior Championships, won Spain's first ever World Junior medal, and is really starting to make inroads into the sort of top 30 level at world senior level.
So David Turner, umpire, Gilles Perret of France, and service judge. Match officials, 3 courts in action, of course, on quarterfinals day, but we are focusing all our attention on court number 1, centre court. Yes, just to get my facts absolutely correct about Li Sherei. 3 finals, 2 titles. Won the Thailand Grand Prix and also the Bitburger, and in winning the Thailand Grand Prix, Li Sherei defeated Jiang Yangjiao, her teammate, the number 1 seed, Simon Nawal from India, and in the semi-final had disposed of Porntip Borana Prasatsuk. So that was a tremendous result for the tall player from China. So Li Sherei, far side of the court against the left-handed Bei Yingzhu. Oof. Well, there's a correction immediately by the umpire, David Turner, and that was a very good overall, because from where we're sitting, we've got the perfect position looking down on the court, and I immediately thought that was wide of the singles court, and my opinion was agreed by the umpire. Nicely done. It's gone wide.
Over. 3, 2.
Oh my goodness. Sensational. What a rally for so early on. Oh, no wonder she's taken a big gulp of air there.
Well, both these girls have had 2 really long matches to get to this stage, but it looks as though both of them want to test their opponent's physical resistance. Certainly both of them playing out the rally with a great deal of patience there.
Just not enough height on the flick. Easy interception there for Lee Sherray.
Following is number 2, women's doubles match number 25 between Wang Xiaoli, Yuya China versus Sinta Sari, Leia, Singapore. Umpire, Kim Yo-dong, Korea. Service job, Kang Qing-sun, Korea.
Oh, that's nicely done. Seemed to be in command of the rally all the way through there, Lee Sherray.
Yes, at the moment in the early stage of this game, she's just playing with a little bit more precision than her Korean opponent. And that's just giving her control of the rallies at the moment.
Now, Bae Young-woo often wears that calf muscle warmer or support, whatever it is, so I don't think we should worry too much. It's very much a standard practice with her. I don't think she's picked up a new injury. She has, of course, got her left knee heavily strapped. And once again, that's quite normal for her.
Yeah, she's had 1 or 2 issues with injuries over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I seem to remember at the start of last year's OSIM BWF World Superseries, the very first tournament, she did very well, reached the final of the Malaysian Open, and then actually had to withdraw partway through the 3rd game because of an injury worry to her ankle. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, just coming back to the previous point, Jill, it's not a big surprise that Bae does pick up 1 or 2 injuries because she plays such a physical style of badminton. Her game is based very much around her physical ability, and therefore she's going to be a little bit more prone to picking up injuries.
Oh, that's delightful. What a drop shot. Great disguise, great accuracy.
5, 6.
Yeah, she started the first few rallies just playing a lot of clears, playing the rear court a lot just to work her way into the game, but now she's just starting to open up a little bit, play 1 or 2 more shots, and it's to good effect.
Lee Sherray move the full diagonal of the court, the furthest distance, deep into the forehand corner and then blocked to the net.
Yeah, much more constructive, as we were saying. A lot more shots, making the court a lot bigger for her opponent.
Right level. Oh, it's landed in.
Service over. 7, 6.
Yeah, Bae's got to be a little bit careful when she's flicking off the net there, but Lee's very good at using her height and bringing the shuttle down steeply when she can intercept early.
Well, her statistics say that she's 173, 5'8". I think she might be a little bit taller than that.
Certainly looks it on the court. She's got a good reach, hasn't she? And she uses it to good effect.
It's just long. The judgments.
9-8.
Absolutely burst onto the world stage, did Liu Xiaorui when she won the Asian Championships in 2010. Had to come through the qualifying. Beat Sina Abel, the #1 seed in the semi-final, and took the title. Yeah, eventually forced the error. What was that? 3 clears down Liu Xiaorui's backhand side, forcing her to play the backhand. Well, to the mid-game interval on a run of 4 straight points and a 3-point advantage.
Yeah, another example here. Bay just trying to create some pressure in that deep backhand corner, isn't she? Trying to play quick clears down that side of the court and mix it up with 1 or 2 steep angled cuts.
Well, I did think in her first 2 rounds, Ian, that she looked a bit slow to start. You've already mentioned the fact that she bases a lot of her game around her physicality, her stamina and her ability to retrieve the shuttles, but she lost the opening game in both of those previous 2 matches, but she looks to me to be a little more up for it right from the start of this quarter-final encounter.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just the first 4 or 5 rallies she was a little bit negative, playing a lot of shuttles to the rear court, but she's got into the game very, very quickly today, and after those first few points she's become very constructive in her play, mixing the game up very nicely and starting to build a little bit of pressure in that deep backhand corner.
The opportunity was there, just didn't seem to follow through with the racket enough.
9-11.
Yeah, maybe just a slight change of mind.
Fifth appearance here at the Korean Open, which means that she must have started playing this when she was just 16. Yeah, no one goes long of that back line.
Service over. 12-9.
Well, we talked at length yesterday about the drift in this Olympic gymnasium #2. We've got the heaters on full blast by all appearances, because it's very warm in here at the moment and it's very chilly outside. Oh, what a net shot!
이어서 3번 코트에 접근. 네, 한비, 파워이신 선수와 러시아의 알렉산더 니콜라이프.
This is a super touch, really commits, gets in early, finds the net cord. Really good technique there, full extension of the arm, good balance in the lunge position.
Following in order 3, mixed doubles match #25 between Han-Bi, Bao China versus Alexander Nikolai, Valery Sorokin, Russia. Umpire Kim Ga-yeon, Korea. Service judge Kang Sik-yoon, Korea. And team of line judges is D.
No, just overdone it. Bit of a desperation shot, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's the danger against Lee. When Lee gets in early, she's got very, very good control at the front court, as we see there. Brings that shuttle. It's not just that she plays the cross-court net, she keeps some pace on the shuttle, and that makes her opponent late.
Arm in the air in celebration. Wholly justified, my goodness, that was a great cross-court drop. Seemed to be off balance.
Nice combination though, wasn't it, with the high clear before, forcing her opponent all the way into the rear court, using the full dimensions of the court. Good play.
Clever too. I think that's about the first body smash we've seen all match, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a great scramble early on in this rally. Look at that full extension. Great defense, then up really quickly behind it. A clever centre smash. Example there of the drift you were talking about, Jill. That started off well, just went out on a current of air.
She does look impressive when she takes the initiative in the rally.
Always under pressure in this rally, forced to play the defensive backhand from deep there. Lee bringing the base forward and aggressive kill at the net.
Oh, that's incredible. Suddenly in that rally, she seemed to be taking the shuttle so much earlier. All her shots.
Yeah, this is a great example of how well she uses her height. No big swing there, gets up early, just cuts the shuttle down. We'll see it here. No big follow through, no big preparation. Really good technique.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, that's the pressure that Bay creates though, isn't it? She's got such a good defence, good scramble defence, that players tend to force a little bit when they've got opportunities to attack.
Applying the pressure at these crucial stages. Just 3 points now from the opening game. Outmanoeuvred in the end.
Yeah, this time Lee more patient, didn't go for the big smash. worked her opponent around the court and eventually created the space for the drop winner. Yeah, Bei very deep in defence there, expecting the smash. Good variety from the young Chinese player.
Woods landed on the line. Called good. Indeed it was.
Yeah, good call.
That time it goes along of the back line. Oh my goodness. Well. Well, seeing that again, Ian, just shows we're not in the best position to call the lines, but the line judge, I don't think, made the right decision there. Looking at that again, that looked to land plumb on the line, if not inside the line. Still no overrule from the umpire. But good concentration, a good credit to Alicia Ray.
Yeah, good control around the net here. Eventually getting the opportunity to finish the point.
Kept her nerve on her net play, did Bei Youngju. She's earned herself 3 game points. No, it's just wide. That's gone wide. This time she converts. A little clenched fist from Bei Youngju. And she secures the opening game. 21-18 confirms the umpire. Well, badminton of the very highest quality. 21 minutes for that opening game. Chinese coach, Olympic champion Zhang Ning, busy talking to her player there, Ian. What do you think she's saying? Obviously there is a difference in ends.
Yeah, I think she'll be saying that she just needs to maybe reduce the height of the clears a little bit, play a little bit flatter, try and increase the tempo of the rally to force Bei to take more shuttles late. There she's played quite high to the rear court against a player who's not got great interception skills. So I think we'll see an increase in intensity of the rallies and trying up the pace the general pace of the rallies from the Chinese player.
And of course, from the near side of the court, as we look down, she'll have the opportunity to punch through more with the clears because of the difference in ends, the drift, because she's hitting into the wind, which will mean it'll slow the shuttle up, so she can afford to give it quite a good hit towards the back of the court.
Yeah, certainly. She tried it a few times from the far end during the first game, but hit quite a few out of the rear court. But from this end, it'll be an easier tactic to use because of that drift.
So, having taken the opening game, 21-18, the left-handed home player Bae Young-ju getting the second underway. Score good. Young-ju, of course, a couple of victories already over Wang Yi-han, the current world champion. Semi-final of the Malaysian Super Series last year, and also the 2010 Super Series Finals, played at the beginning of 2011. Is it something in her style that she's suited to playing against these tall, rangy Chinese players?
Not sure whether it's against all of them, but certainly she's got a game that really frustrates Wang Yi-han, because Wang Yi-han's a very aggressive player from the rear court, likes to play a lot of attacking shots, and Bae's a very good counter puncher. Good defence, good agility in defence, gets a lot of shuttles back and is able to change the direction in defence. And it frustrates Wang Yi-han.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the reason it went through my head was because, you know, whilst Alicia Ray is not yet in the same outstanding class as the world champion, in a way, in very many ways, I think she's quite similar in her style of play. And obviously Bae is having success at the moment, a game of 4 love.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think, yeah, I mean, Lee's maybe the future of Chinese ladies singles. I mean, she's made great improvements over the last 12 months.
Yeah.
She's probably the Chinese singles player who's improved the most over the last 12 months. But I think it's a game very much in the development stage at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't think she's got a clear style of play yet that we can identify. But matches like this are a good test for her at the moment. And what she is and what she has shown over the last 12 months is she's got great fighting qualities, where sometimes Wang Yi-han can lose concentration and lose confidence during a match. Lee looks as though she's got some real steel in her game. She really hangs on in situations where she's struggling, and has turned around a number of matches in the last sort of 6 months that maybe she could have lost. So the signs are good for the future of her game.
Very much so. And as I was saying earlier, you know, the last 5 tournaments she's played, she's reached at least the semi-final. At least the semi-final. She's won one of them, reached the final of another, but 3 semi-finals as well. I mean, she's improving all the time, which really emphasises the point you've just made. That's lovely, isn't it?
That's a super shot, it really is. That's an incredible angle. It looked as though the shuttle was almost going past her here. She gets up and intercepts that so early and finds a really good angle.
Good shoulder turn, creating slice. all good.
Yeah, that's really good control of trajectory. She's not playing her clears too flat from the far end. She knows it's quick. She's giving a little bit of height, going over the interception step of Lee. Finding a good length so far.
A frustrating shot, didn't it? Looked as if she was saying to herself, I've got to hit the line, otherwise she's going to get it back. Going for perfection and just missing means an error.
Yeah, coming back to the previous point, Jill, I mean, that's what Bay does to her opponents, though. She does frustrate them. She just forces them into going for a little bit more than that maybe they should do, because the defense is so good.
Oh, that's an incredible angle again.
4-7.
Yeah, again, the impressive thing is how early she takes it.
The storm, she doesn't panic in defence. Bay Young-ju.
8-4.
Now and again, Bay just playing that a little bit higher. Really desperately trying to intercept the shuttle early, but just couldn't quite reach.
Oh, that's landed on the line.
9-4.
Well, Lee Ray can't believe the call. I have to say, I thought that was a correct call by the line judge. It was in the air for an awfully long time. It was desperately short.
Yes, they're the frustrating ones, aren't they? I mean, she could have hit that shuttle and had a good chance to play a winner. It was so short. She left it. I tend to agree with you. I thought it hit the outside of the line.
And it's the far side of where the umpire is sitting, so he can't really overrule. It wasn't a clear error. But she's got to get her focus back, because now Bay Young-ju beginning to run away with this second game.
Yeah, certainly the last point was frustration, wasn't it, from the previous line call. It was still in her mind. She didn't get closure on it before starting the next point.
Nice defence, the block across court, making her opponents move further. And a 7-point advantage here in the second game, having taken the first. That's the one, absolutely delightful. Just turns that racket head at the last moment to guide it across court. And 11-4 second game, having taken the first. She's looking good at the moment.
She is, she's playing very well, and a lot of the players this week have struggled to control the length of the shuttle from that far end. But she's showing really good touch, because she's hitting the clears a little bit higher. And with that, she's able to control the speed of the shuttle, and she's hitting a very, very good length. Great control of the shuttle.
11-4. Play.
Well, she got it down in the end. I thought she was very hesitant coming forward when she had the opportunity to kill that first one.
Yeah, again, that's what Bay does to her opponents. Just makes them nervous. That was a real opportunity, as you say, but she's just worrying about the defensive play of Bay.
Great backhand. Unbelievable. What a rally.
Well, they're the rallies that hurt. We had lots of chances in attack, but Bay's defence was equal to it, and in the end she came up with a great attacking slice herself. She's on a real roll at the moment. Momentum's really with her.
Yeah, look at the body language in contrast from Lee Chevrolet. But I mean, these shots, they're both playing some incredible angles, aren't they?
Yeah, very, very little preparation for that. Very difficult to read the direction. That's the danger when she does get behind the shuttle. She does hit some great angled shots.
Oh, she read them quite brilliantly. You could just see her ready to pounce on it.
Yeah, a little bit of chess here. She read it. She didn't come forward after the first shot. Anticipated the flick.
Super play. Yeah, so too was that. Just showing these fighting qualities you were telling us about a little earlier, Ian.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times she's played a couple of wild shots. She's got a little frustrated, but she is a good fighter. She's got good mental toughness. And this game isn't finished by a long way.
She won't be happy with that. Just had a glimpse of the Korean coach there. I don't know who that was. Looked awfully like Chen Gan to me, former Chinese player.
Have a look next time. Certainly on the coaching circuit at the moment. Had a couple of years in Poland working with their national players, building a career as an international coach.
The squeals are getting a little louder from Bae Yoon-ju as she gets closer and closer to her target. 6-point advantage.
This time it's Bae who's guilty of just forcing the play a little bit, getting a little bit overexcited. She knows momentum's with her, but this is a flat attack. Gives her opponent an easy counter-attack opportunity. Interesting that you mentioned the coach in the chair on the Korean side, though, Jill, because I did see that it was Kim Ji-hun who was doing the preparation for this match, so it's quite strange that she's not actually in the coach's chair.
Yeah. Perfection. So too, is that anything you can do? I can do better. love it when a player responds like that.
Net play's been a real feature of this game. Both girls displaying great touch and technique around the net.
Well, no lack of effort.
No, and that's three rallies in a row decided by net cord net play. You see it. It's a super touch. Somehow she gets it back, but to no avail.
Yeah, well played from Li Xiaorui. And when you consider that at one stage she was 7 points adrift, now the deficit just 2.
Yeah, she's a fighter. Last time she got it down to 2 points though, she served out to the back of the court and lost momentum. Let's see what she does here.
Well, it's landed in. It's another excellent rally.
Yeah, I just have the feeling Bay's gone away from her tactic a little bit. She built up that gap and she's just lost patience a little bit, not playing the rallies out. She's attacking a little bit more, and the increase in the tempo of the rallies is suiting Lee at the moment.
Just 1 point in it. Oh, that is very, very clever indeed. How many players would have tried to smash that, thought clearly, knew that her opponent was off balance, played the drop shot into the open space. And from 5-12 down at one stage, kept fighting. Here she is back level 15 all. My goodness, that was an important point, wasn't it?
Yeah, big point. I think Lee will be disappointed she got there easily. Bit heavy-handed technically there.
Good smash from around the head position, straight down the backhand side, down the line of Li Xiaorui, followed forward immediately.
Yeah, good combination play here. Gets in quickly, nice touch across the net.
That's her fastest smash of the match so far. Goes down as a missed opportunity from Li Xiaorui. The lift wasn't full length, it wasn't near the back of the court. She had many options. extraordinary. Suddenly raised her game once again. Bae Young-ju. As you suggested, Ian, now all of a sudden she's closing out her rallies, being more positive again. 2 points away from a place in the semi-final. Oh, that's nice though. The squeal of delight from Bae as she sees that net shot hit the tape and fall back Lee Sheray's side, because that error from the Chinese youngster means that Bae Young-ju now has 4 match points. Done it. Well, having had a little wobble where her opponents played so well and got back level at 15 all, in the end, Bae Young-ju. Well, my goodness me, you have to give credit, because I thought she was looking very nervous when her opponent caught back up, but in the end reverted to what she knew was a winning formula and has come out on top. 21-18, 21-16 in 45 minutes of play, and Bae Young-ju is through to the semi-final. Well, we said right at the start of the match that these two players were the future of world badminton. Of course, badminton will inevitably revolve around the Olympiad, the 4-year period in between one Olympic Games and another. And at the age of 20, okay, Lee Sherray is going to turn 21 later this month. Her opponent is already 21, but 2 outstanding players. A great display today of maturity, great display, array of shots, and the moments of victory. The moment she's through to her first semi-final at her home event, the Korea Open. So 2 straight games. First of all, quarterfinals. Men's doubles coming up next, then men's singles, then women's doubles, and a second men's singles to finish off this afternoon. And we have defending champions up next, and we've got a defending champion, the last match on this afternoon as well, in the form of Lindan. So plenty of great action to come, but let's just enjoy some of the highlights from that excellent women's singles. So with the first of our quarterfinals completed, time to look forward to the next match on court, and it is the defending champions, in fact the 3 times winners, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Young-dae, up against Fang Chia-min and Lee Sheng-mu of Taipei. Of course, the Koreans are the seeds, the number 2 seeds, as you can see there. And they really have always excelled at their home event. Not only 3-time champions, 4 times finalists, because they were beaten in the final in 2009. Well, they have been in 3 consecutive finals the last 3 years, appeared in the final. All their opponents, Fang Chia-min and Lee Sheng-mu, not seeded, of course, because they had a sensational win yesterday in against the number 5 seeds Koo Kyung-kat and Tan Beun-hyung, an hour and 29 minutes.
Yes, it became a real war of attrition, that match. Neither pair able to dominate with attack. Both pairs having to play with a lot of patience, and the rallies really were long at the end of that one. Neither pair could get through in attack. Then the battle of wills.
Japan, and team of 1 judges are leading.
Glimpse there of one of the many fans that Lee Young-dae has here in his home country. Absolute megastar here. Rightly so, because of course he won the Olympic mixed doubles gold medal in Beijing when he was just 19. There's his partner, Jung Jae-sung. So Eddie Orofianto, our umpire, just doing the toss of the coin. Not sure if you could hear that. We certainly could. There's a fan not that far away from us calling out to Lee Young-dae. I think it could get quite noisy during this match. We love that. Good atmosphere. Love the crowd to get involved. So, to Lee Young-dae, first of all, there he is. 23 years of age, current world number 2s. They have been number 1s. That was back in 2009. And of course, their win-loss record for last year, absolutely incredible. 11 finals, that's 65 and 12 translates into 11 finals and 6 titles. And that's pretty impressive statistics from just 17 tournaments played. Bronze medalists, of course, at last year's World Championships, but they have been twice silver medalists at World Championships. But there has been concern of late about this man's shoulder. Jung Jae-sung, the 29-year-old. And of course, there has been talk and rumours that he will retire from international competition after the Olympic Games in London. He is, of course, officially in the army. In fact, back in 2008, or was it 2009, he missed some of the Super Series events because he had to do his military service. And that, of course, was when Lee Young-dae teamed up with Shin Baek-kyo. Now, they had a tough old match yesterday, didn't they, against the Indonesian pairing of Alvin Yuliando Chandra and Hendra Aprido Gunawan. 3 minutes shy of the hour mark, having dropped the opening game, and the crowd were looking and feeling decidedly nervous after that happened, I can tell you. But they came back strongly in the end, did the defending champions. So to the pair from Taipei, Fang Chia-min and Lee Shengmu. There's Fang Chia-min, 25 years of age, though he'll turn 26 at the end of January. 14 in the world rankings at the moment, and as you can see, their win-loss record for last year, well, wasn't nearly as impressive as their opponents. 3 semi-finals was their best in 2011. That was the Swiss Grand Prix, Indonesia Grand Prix, and Macau Grand Prix as well. So his partner, 25-year-old Lee Shengmu, he's been a World Championship medalist in the mixed doubles. That was in Paris in 2010, playing with Jian Yu Qin. Gone off the ball of his mixed doubles, I think, at the moment a little bit. But my goodness, what battles they've had to get through to this quarter-final. First round against the qualifiers, Cho Gun-woo and Shin Baek-cheol. Dropped the opening game there, as indeed they did in that second round match against the number 5 seeds, the Malaysians, which we've already talked about. So this is the third meeting between the two pairs, previous two both going in favour of the Koreans. Last time they met was in January last year at the 2010 Super Series Finals. It always sounds very odd to talk about 2010 Super Series Finals in 2011. So the pair from Taipei nearest to us, Fang Chia-min and Lee Shengmu. And I think, Ian, that the Korean pair, the defending champions, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae, they will have learnt from last night's match against the Indonesians, and I think they'll be looking to make a much more positive start here today.
I'm sure they will. The concern would be the Hall's playing quite slow, the shuttles are playing quite slow, and Jung has had this long-term shoulder problem. So possibly the conditions are not suiting them this week. That could be one explanation of why they've struggled a little bit.
Should also be mentioned, of course, that the current world champions struggled as well. Kai-yun and Fu Haifeng, they too sent the full distance. In fact, came from match point down, didn't they, to win against the young Thailand pair, Junjit and Isara. All the top players struggling with the slow shuttles.
4-1.
Oh, so much for my theory. Goodness me. Well, said it was difficult to get these shuttles down, and that rally just proved it.
Yes, we've seen a lot of those types of rallies in the men's doubles this week. Everybody's struggling a little bit to win from the rear court.
270. Fastest of the day. It's 168 miles per hour.
Service over. 5-3.
course, here in the pair from Taipei, their 2 matches, both going the full distance. They've been on court prior to this quarter-final. Oh, that's just unbelievable.
Under the net. You see it here. Shuttle goes under the net.
Going back to my points, pair from Taipei, 2 matches, 2 hours 38 minutes for their 2 matches, whereas the Koreans 1 hour 24 minutes for their 2 matches. Now, if this was to go the full distance, you'd have to think that the fatigue that the pair from Taipei must be feeling after their first 2 matches could play a part in this.
I would agree with that. I mean, in yesterday's match against the Malaysian pair, I mean, they basically smashed themselves to a standstill.
Yeah.
It was an incredibly physical match. So, yes, I would agree if it goes long. They could have some problems.
Squeals of delight seeing that smash going onto the floor from some of the female fans in the crowd here.
Yeah, great angle here. Good control from the mid-court creates the opportunity. Well played smash to finish.
8-7.
Good intensity on attack there from the Korean pair. Once they get hold of the attack, they didn't give their opponents a chance to counter-attack, kept the pressure on them. The smash speed's gradually going up.
You're not allowed to have 2 goes in it.
No. Great defence from Lee Yun-dae. A little touch on the net which threw his opponent.
On a run of 5 straight points, they go to the mid-game interval with the advantage. Ooh, 271, and regulate up in the 270s now. The man that at the Super Series Finals about 3 weeks ago in Zhou in China was really struggling, could hardly hit a smash. Obviously, he's recovered well.
Yeah, the signs are the shoulder's better. Certainly hitting harder than he was a few weeks ago in Luzhou, that's for sure. And of course that gives Lee Yun-dae more opportunities to get forward in the court, which is where he prefers to be. Reads the game so well from mid-court to forecourt. Certainly the last 4 or 5 points there, they really upped the tempo, didn't they?
Some of the development squad players here in force, watching all of this.
11-7. Play.
Yeah, trouble placement of the smash towards the right shoulder of Jung Jae-sung. made the error there, but he's such a great player to watch. He has real intensity about him, doesn't he? Every single shot he seems to be putting in maximum effort and really focused the whole time. Of course he makes some errors, but you know, he's human, everybody does, but his whole style, to me, when I watch him play, it just great ethic, work rate.
Yes, when Jung and Lee are playing well, they're great to watch. They play with a fantastic intensity, as you say, and their games complement each other so well. Jung's power, solid defence, gives his, like to say, more talented partner opportunities to play his game. It's a really nice blend of styles.
Trademark shot from Jung Jae-sung.
Yeah, and just signs of the tiredness we were talking about there. Fang very slow to react there, very flat-footed. Just a sure sign of fatigue, I feel.
Try and pressurise Jung Jae-sung, as indeed they did in that rally.
Yes, it was a well-placed smash to the right hip, getting his partner into the game in the net. Good combination play.
Nicely done.
That's really good from Fang in the forecourt. Read the play really well. He's a player who really blows hot and cold, though. Tends to drift in and out of games, doesn't he? Last 2 or 3 points, he's been good. You never really know what you're going to get from him.
Luck of the net court. Yeah, they're loving watching this, aren't they? And some of the development players have been in watching every single day that this tournament's been in progress, right from qualifying rounds. Learning all they can from the senior players. Long. Pressurising Jung once again, aren't they?
Yeah, good battle around the net here to try and win the attack. Both pairs playing no lift. Real battle developing for control of that front court area.
.283. Fastest of the tournament so far. 176 miles per hour. So fast onto that backhand. Took it so early. Well, this is extraordinary. He's desperately trying to get into the net. The player from Taipei are not having it. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in all my born days. Absolutely extraordinary.
Well, the start of the rally there, Lee Yundae was determined to keep the attack. He must have hit 15, 20 smashes. Eventually it became stalemate, lots of clears. Eventually the tiredness showed there with that last defensive shot, you have to say. I think he went a little bit lactic during that rally.
Well, we've talked about the fact that it's difficult to get the shuttle down in these playing conditions. Is, you know, there's a bit of a drift in the hall because of the heating that's on, and also, did the shuttles play a part in why players, men's doubles players, who've just hit a smash at 283 and can't get the shuttle on the floor?
Yes, they do. It depends on the type of shuttle, but the type of shuttle they're playing with this week, when you play long rallies with them, the base of the shuttle tends to go a little bit soft, and it just takes the edge off the pace of the smashes.
Game points. Here we go again. Run off, got a new racket, come back on. Ah, but the drop shot from Lee Shengmu.
16-20.
A couple of chances there to finish the point, couldn't quite do it. Nice deceptive shot to finish the rally.
So one game point has come and gone. Still another 4 opportunities for the Koreans. Second time of asking, and they convert. 21-16. A mere 266. Well, they've got the record for the week so far. I wouldn't be surprised if they get even faster still. But for the Koreans, relief that they've got the opening game. 21-16 in 19 minutes of play.
이어서 3번 코트에서는 한국의 하정훈, 김민정 선수와 인도네시아의 메리아나 자우원, 그레이시아 폴리 선수의 여자 복싱 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 스위스의 마르샤 슈미스, 보심은 일본의 토이치 토모스, 선심은 에피존입니다.
Well, yeah, all dramatic stuff, and it's not surprising when you see that opening game to understand how many of these men's doubles matches this week have gone the full distance, because it is so difficult to get these shuttles down.
It is. We saw the difference with the last rally there, though, when Jung's in the rear court. He's just got that extra bit of power, hasn't he? That's the more effective combination, but we saw during the game that the Taiwan tactic was clearly to keep Lee Yun-dae in the rear court, manoeuvre him around the rear court, keep him off that net position. But in the end, the intensity of the Korean pair is just a little bit too much for the Taiwan pair there.
Second game, level, play.
So one game to the good. The number 2 seeds, the defending champions. That's an amazing angle. And perhaps better served by going for angle rather than power with these conditions here.
Well, you say angle, but it was a fair pace as well at 2.72.
Yeah, it certainly was.
But in the first game, he concentrated a lot of his attack into the centre of the court to try and get his partner into the game. And there you saw just mixing it up and going for the sides, going for steep angles to the side of the court, a bit more variety in it.
That's clever placement too. Low serve is short.
Over, 1, 3.
Well, the winners of the men's doubles at this Victor Career Open will take home $79,000 US. Worth getting a sore shoulder for, isn't it? Keep thundering down those smashes.
Well, the pair that wins it this week, the men's doubles, will have had to work very, very hard. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Pair from from Taiwan, just getting drawn in. They had a little bit of success with counter-attack at the end of that first game, but they've gone very passive at the start of this second game. Prepared to give the attack away and try and work from there, but it's not happening for them. The Koreans have found some better solutions, some better placement of the smashes in this second game.
Kang Hyun Jin, doubles coach for the Koreans. Well worked.
Yeah, and again, it's the smash directed to the side of the court rather than the centre of the court that poses the problem. You will see it into the side, sets it up for his partner. Good play.
Well, Fang didn't like the call and immediately looked towards the umpire.
I don't think we're going to see it from here.
I have to say, I thought it landed in. I thought the line judge got that right.
Yeah, Lee Hyundai there looking for angle rather than pace to the centre of the court. Just misjudged it slightly, dragged it down into the top of the net.
It's gone long.
5-7.
He's just shaking that right arm of his a little, as if to shake out some of the perhaps stiffness from injury problems of the recent past. That's a good smash from Jung Jae-sung.
8-5.
Yeah, well placed across the defence of his opponent, forcing the error.
That's a missed opportunity. Good judgment. Lets it drop long. wasn't that much long, was it? Well, to the mid-game interval with a 6-point advantage. The defending champions from Korea. And quite certain Lee Yong-dae will want to push home this advantage because, of course, he's going to be in action a little later in the mixed doubles, playing with Ha Jong-eun. Mixed doubles against the Indonesian pair of Tantowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir. So you won't be wanting to go the full distance here, that's for certain. Ian, you said to me earlier about the pair from Taipei, how you're never quite sure what you're going to get from them. They blow hot and cold even within a match and even within form. You know, you look at their record and it sort of really exemplifies that, because when they had a hot streak, my goodness, they had a hot streak back in 2010, won 4 titles, and 4 titles in 4 tournaments that they played. Absolutely extraordinary.
For me, there's 2 of the great underachievers in world badminton. A ranking of 14 really is too low for them, and the quality that they can produce. I mean, even as long ago as going into the games in 2008, going into the Olympic Games in Beijing, a lot of people felt they were outsiders for a medal. They'd had a great run of results leading up to the games, and people thought they could win a medal, and they really haven't kicked on from there. You'd have to say in the last 4 years, personally, I've been a little bit disappointed by their level of results and their level of play. They have the odd tournament every sort of 4 or 5 months where they seem to turn it on and beat 1 or 2 of the top pairs, and then they disappear again.
Yeah, well, talking of beating top pairs, I mean, in this tournament, in 2009, they beat Kido and Setiawan, #1 pair in the world at the time. Of course, they are the Olympic champions now. They've beaten the likes of Bo and Mogensen. In fact, I think they beat Kido and Setiawan twice in 2 weeks when they won their 2 Super Series titles, the Singapore Super Series and also the following week the Indonesian Super Series. So you're right, they've beaten some of the top pairs in the world, and apart from those 4 titles back in 4 tournaments they played, you know, they just haven't pushed it all the way through to the end of the tournament. But they are, you're right, they're a dangerous pair.
Yeah, right on the line.
He's working hard, and you expect nothing less from Lee Yong-dae.
Yeah, again, pair from Taiwan happy to sit back in defence and paying the penalty. Lee Yong-dae starting to place his smashes a lot better than in the first game, and in the gaps.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Perfect placement, great power, precision.
There we see it, again hitting across the defensive position. That's what causes the problem. Good placement, good power. Familiar pattern, really. Taiwanese happy to sit back in defence, and the Koreans happy to attack and eventually finding a way through.
Right.
frustration there, really showing after that error from Li Shengmu. Body language.
Yeah, just signs of fatigue, aren't they?
Yeah.
From their efforts in the first two matches. Decision making not as sharp as it should be. See him again, another example I feel.
10-point advantage now.
Service over. 9-18.
Well, I suspect the timing of that smash just thrown off slightly, because I think he was a little bit concerned he might hit his partner. Well, created his own luck there, did Lee Yong-dae.
Service over. 19-10.
Well, they really have been very, very impressive in this second game. They've been impressive throughout the match, and there's another impressive smash, 277. It is 10 match points. Well saved though.
Service over. 11-20.
Probably just delaying the inevitable, I suspect.
Good. 12-20.
This time, workmanlike performance from the defending champions, Zhang Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. Well, they had an outstanding year last year, and they've continued that good form through to this new year. Through to the semi-final.
21-12. Thank you.
The three-time champions, there's how they did it. 21-16, 21-12 in just 36 minutes of play. Well, I'm sure Lee Yong-dae will be very happy about that. His mixed doubles partner is on an adjoining court, and he'll be hoping that she gets through that as comfortably as possible in preparation for their mixed doubles quarter-final. The final rally, a moment of victory. And a place in the semi-final, and they'll either play against their teammates, Kim and Kim, or against the Chinese combination of Hong Wei and Shen Ye. Well, that's what's happened so far on quarterfinals day. Next up is the world #1 Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia up against the Japanese youngster Kenichi Tago. Following that, we'll have women's doubles and former world #2 ranked pair against the current world #2 ranked pair. It's the Japanese pair of Maeda and Suetsuna against the now #2 seeds Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. And then our last match on quarterfinals day will be a second men's singles. The defending champion Lin Dan of China up against Jan Jorgensen of Denmark. So looking at the men's singles and the top half of the draw, because of course Lee Chong-wei is the #1 seed, and my goodness, had a tough match yesterday, and if you were with us for yesterday's programme, you will have seen that against Sung Wan-ho, and my goodness, the Korean got off to such a flying start in that opening game. I think Lee Chong-wei was a little bit shell-shocked in all honesty, but got himself together and came back in the deciding game. Well, as far as Kenichi Tago was concerned, beat Ashton Chen of Singapore. But the interesting thing, the seeds going out in that section, because of course Tago beat the #7 seed, Tian Min Yuan, in the very first round. So this is the top quarter of the men's singles. Time just to enjoy some of those wonderful moments from the men's doubles. So 3 more matches for you this afternoon on quarterfinals day. And the next match on court features the world #1 Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia against Kenichi Tago of Japan. Well, one wonders, will it be 10th time lucky for Tago? 9 previous matches against Lee Chong-wei, and has yet to register a victory. But as you and I were talking, we recently called a match between these two players, and you have to believe that this will be the time when you finally get that victory. Well, Lee Chong-wei leads out the 2 players. Lee Chong-wei, finalist at the Korea Open for the last 3 years, having won 1 title. That was 2 years ago, 2010. Beat Peter Gader in the final, the man who had beaten him the previous year, 2009. And of course last year, first ever Premier Super Series event, the Korean Open last year, and the first ever $1 million prize money tournament. And Lee Chong-wei lost in the final to the Olympic champion, Lin Dan. It's not often you see Lee Chong-wei coming onto court with his tracksuit on and then having the warm-up with tracksuit on as well, but outside of the stadium it's very, very cold conditions. And inside here in the arena, certainly where we're sitting, our commentary position, it's very warm indeed.
Yeah, apparently on the arena floor on court side it's not as warm. It's a bit cooler down there. Certainly Lee Chong-wei, one of his comments after his match yesterday was that he's felt the cold conditions a little bit. Doesn't feel he's been able to get himself warmed up well enough for the matches.
World #1, as I say, Lee Chong-wei, and he's been world #1 since the 21st of August 2008. Uninterrupted all that time. 65-7 last year, his win-loss record, and that translated into 7 titles, having reached the final of his first 11 tournaments. Well, as I say, yesterday against Sung Wan-ho of Korea. An hour and 8 minutes that encounter, having dropped the opening game, and the crowd here at the Olympic Gymnasium #2 were going absolutely wild with excitement. And I have to say the Koreans thoroughly deserved that opening game. So to Kenichi Tago, who's 22, of course the Malaysian 29, number 12 in the world ranking, 16 tournaments towards that world ranking, and as you can see his win-loss record for last year, well, just one final, that was the French Super Series. And he had a tough opening match against the number 7 seed Tien Minh Nguyen of Vietnam. 63 minutes, that one. Much more comfortable yesterday against a qualifier, Ashton Chen from Singapore. Well, that is ominous, isn't it? Well, 10's time, come on, we've got to be positive. That's what you were telling me last time, Ian. Have to believe that this will be the opportunity. And in all honesty, with these conditions here and more difficulty getting the shuttle down on the floor, perhaps this really is, in all seriousness, this could be Tago's real chance.
Well, I think I said the same thing last time, that you do have to believe. What you have to do is go on and pick 2 or 3 positives. And certainly for Tago going into this match, the positive he has to pick up is that Chong Wei really struggled in the conditions yesterday. He's not happy in the cold conditions, and he's not happy with the slow conditions inside the hall. So Tago has to pick some positives and get himself highly motivated for the match and go on with some belief, that's sure.
Yeah. I can remember when we were talking before, and I said, yeah, but the problem is for a player, of course, you know, before the match you talk to your coach, you've got your tactics worked out. Of course you say to yourself, yes, I believe I can win this. But when things start to go wrong, when you've played an opponent 9 times before, as he has, and you've lost 9 times, when things start to be difficult, or it's whether you've got that deep inner belief. I remember when I was a player, sometimes, you know, I'd be so positive going on to court, you know, a game down, and it didn't matter how I tried to be positive, and I was still trying to do the right tactics. I was lacking that inner belief, and that's destructive. And I don't know, I'm sure sports psychologists will be able to tell you how to overcome that, but I never did.
Yeah, of course there are strategies for that type of situation, but I think in this situation today, I think Keita Matsuda, his coach, will have stressed the importance of the first sort of 10 rallies, that he needs to get into the game, and they will have noted that Chong Wei started very slowly yesterday.
It always works both ways, doesn't it? You know, we've talked about the fact that Lee Chong Wei started slowly yesterday. Tago can use that to his advantage, but of course, in response to the way he played yesterday, Lee Chong Wei hasn't become world #1 without very good reason, and he will respond to the way that he started yesterday. He will have said to himself today, there's no way I'm getting myself into that sort of position. I've got to be more focused, I've got to be more prepared, more warmed up, and he will approach this in a different way himself.
Yes, you will expect so. It doesn't change the fact that Tago really, the start is more important for him than Chong Wei with their past record. You know, the early stages of this game are more important for Tago than Chong Wei.
Pulled out. Lee Chong Wei was getting a little bit irritated, I think, yesterday by what he perceived as some strange line calls. We, of course, had the advantage of seeing decisions again. I can only remember one that I think was perhaps not the correct decision. That one was definitely just wide. Of course, most famous, Targo, for when he reached the final of the All England back in 2010, beaten by his opponent of today in that final.
But that really was a good game.
Yeah.
You know, he was right in that match for a long time, and in fact was a little bit unlucky with a line call right at the end of the match, which you know, it was a close game at that stage.
Yeah, 21-19, 21-19.
Yeah, it was a little bit unlucky. He had a line call for Chong Wei to get to match point from 19 all.
It's a super net shot. All good.
6-2.
Yeah, good control from Chong Wei. We said it earlier in the ladies' singles, much more difficult to control the length of the shuttle from that far side.
Overdone it.
Yeah, some similarities to yesterday's game already. Chong Wei just guilty of forcing, making 2 or 3 errors overhead, hitting down, which is so unusual for him.
Never won a Super Series title, this man, Targo. He's pushed it wide. In contrast, this man, most successful man in the history of the Super Series. 20 titles plus 3 Super Series Finals titles. Should we say 23 Super Series titles, or do we still say 20?
Should be 23, shouldn't it, really?
Should, I think, yeah. We'll stick with that.
이어서 이번 경기에서는 싱가포르의 주안구 선수와 중국의 왕시시안 선수의 여자 단식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 한국의 강시준 씨, 부심은 호주의 데이비드 파터 씨, 선심은 A조입니다.
Following game number 2, women's singles match number 2A.
It's a well-worked rally from Targo.
Versus Wang China. Umpire, Kang Korea. Servicer, David Turner, Australia. And team of line judges A.
Little nervous errors to me.
Yeah, I mean, the worries here for all the Chong Wei fans that it is a little bit similar to yesterday so far. he's either playing very passive rallies and giving his opponent a lot of time, or he's forcing the play a little bit and making errors hitting down. And there's another example, and that's so unusual for him. It's really not something we've seen for a long time from Chong Wei.
6 straight points to Targo. 2-6 adrift, 8-6 up. It's more like the sort of form we're used to seeing from this Malaysian.
Yeah, quick to get in behind the smash, lands in such good balance, he's so athletic.
Oh, that is magnificent. What a shot.
Yeah, great angle here. Problem from Chong Wei's perspective was that he gave his opponent so much time to get behind the shuttle and get set to play that shot.
Wow. Just doesn't look himself, does he?
No, no, we're not used to seeing Chong Wei make this number of errors. It's more like it. Seeing his opponent was going to take the defensive backhand stroke from the rear court, kept his base forward, quick to pounce.
It's gone wide. Back level. Wow.
We're well placed on that line, and I have to say that looked a long way out.
I think the umpire has overruled. Yeah, that was out. I think the umpire has overruled and given the point to Lee Chong Wei. Good umpiring.
Yeah, good decision.
Yep. Well done, umpire. Because we, as you say, Ian, are very well placed to see that. And therefore it's the Malaysian who has the narrowest of possible advantages at the mid-game interval. But psychologically, it's always very important for players, isn't it, to be in the lead at mid-game intervals.
It is. He won the last 3 points there to come back. It's in a tricky situation. Wouldn't want to go into the mid-game interval 2 or 3 points down. But the question is whether he's going to push on from here. It'll be interesting to see if he uses his usual tactic coming out from the mid-game interval. He likes to throw in a flick serve. See if he does it again today. No. wasn't sure, was he?
12, 11.
Thought 2 or 3 times as to whether to hit that or not. Hesitation. In the end, he got it right.
Oh,
13, 11.
earned his luck, I suppose, by the tight spinning net shot, forced the short lift. Well, this drop shot bounced off the top of the tape before going over.
이어서 3번 코트에서는
No, he's missed it.
손하경 선수와 중국의 지아야 지아오 선수의 여자 단식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 프랑스의 GWC, 부심은 한국의 김유경 씨, 선수는 비주입니다.
Following in court number 3, women's singles match number 2-6 between China and India.
Don't often see those sort of expressions either.
China. Umpire, BWF France. Service judge, Kim Yoo-dong, Korea. And team of line judges, Serbia.
Yeah, that's nice.
Service over. 14, 2.
Yeah, more measured attacking shot this time. Just clipping the shuttle down. Good rally there, well worked. A little bit more tempo in that rally from Chong Wei. Making Targo work a little bit harder, moving him around the court a little bit quicker. Eventually that creates the opportunity.
And the court will need to be mopped of the perspiration. Masuda, Keita Masuda, fine singles player in his day, but perhaps better known for his doubles.
He was a fine all-rounder, wasn't he? Had a good career as a singles player, went to doubles, and actually had some very good mixed results as well in team events for Japan.
It's a good smash from Targo.
13, 15.
Yeah, good pace. Chong Wei forced to take the defensive backhand there. Targo puts good pace on the shuttle with the cross smash. Gets through the defence.
Oh dear me. Complete miss hit.
15.
Deflected by the neck cord. And deflected wide. And once again, Targo back level.
Yeah, and again, you'd have to say it's the errors of Chong Wei that are keeping him in this game at the moment. Very uncharacteristic game again from Chong Wei.
16-15.
Again, he's there early, he's taking the shuttle at net height. Really wouldn't expect to miss that.
Missed it.
Service over.
There was a chance as well, wasn't there? There was space.
16.
Again, he's intercepted the shuttle early. He had the chance. It's a poor defensive clear from Chong Wei. A lot of space for that smash.
Service over. 17.
Well, once again, a look from Lee Chong Wei that speaks volumes without actually having to utter a word. No, I thought that was just wide.
Service over.
Well, now it's the turn of Targo to disagree with the line judge.
Well, there was an anxious look from Chong Wei. He mistimed it, that's for sure. Difficult to tell from that angle. We'll see it better here. Well, yeah. Seen those called out before.
Oh, that's a good smash.
18-17.
It's a sort of crisp smash, that sound coming off the racket that we're so used to hearing from Lee Chong Wei. In all honesty, it's not just been missing from his racket, and most players' rackets. Yes, another good smash.
19-17.
Waited for the right opportunity rather than trying to force it. Yeah, it's nice.
18-19.
Oh, phenomenal. Well, both players, you could tell, were sensing the importance of that rally.
Yeah, certainly Chong Wei played with good margins in that rally, directed a lot of his attack to the centre, didn't really go for the lines. We can see here that's a good metre in. It's a very, very good, solid rally. No risks. It kept some intensity in the rally.
So with that excellent finish to that rally, Lee Chong-wei has 2 opportunities to take this opening game. I'm surprised that the umpire is allowing them to tail down for quite as long, because the court moppers have left the court, having done their job. So 2 game point opportunities for the world number 1. Only needed the one. Good smash. 21-18 confirms the umpire. Well, he had to work hard for it. Not going anywhere near the line there. Playing it safe. And his reward, the opening game, 21-18 in 22 minutes. Well, Targo's coach has already left him. Quick word. As the players stand. Players and coaches and youngsters from Korea. Whereas Lee Chong-wei's coaches very busy with their man.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit concerned about his form, that's for sure. Of course, there'll be a lot of pressure on him, not only in this tournament, but going back to play his home tournament, Malaysian Open, next week. There'll be real pressure on him there from the press and the public, expecting the performance from him.
Even more pressure than normal, I think we should probably say. Because he plays under pressure the whole time. He's the world number 1. He's the one everybody wants to beat.
He does, but it's an Olympic year, so there's even more press than normal. And you have to say, he doesn't look comfortable here, but as I say, there's a combination of things, isn't there? There's the cold outside, which he's not used to. He doesn't like the cold conditions. There's the speed of the hall, the conditions in the hall. The hall's playing quite slow, and the shuttles are a little bit different to the shuttles that the players play with most of the year. And it's all combining just to cause a little bit of uncertainty in his game, I feel.
Tight net play. Yeah, even you, who used to live in Norway, found it a little chilly yesterday. Came out without your coat on and said you were used to these conditions.
It was a slightly chilly -9 when we came out this morning. There'll be a bit of a contrast next week moving on to Malaysia. It'll be between +32, +33 probably.
2:59. I think that's his fastest of the match so far. .266, I think, is the fastest from a singles player this week, isn't it? I bet that gets broken before the end of the week.
2-1.
It's a real error from Targo here, creates the opportunity with the well-angled smash from the rear court, but just guilty of taking too big a swing there when he was trying to finish from the forecourt.
Service over. 2-all.
Again, it's not a shot you expect to see Chong-wei missing, and he did miss it. It's a good call, just out.
Service
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, we're right behind that. You can just see how he guided that down the line. Putting any pace on it, but bringing the shuttle down really short in the court. Very difficult to defend against.
Out. Service over. 3-4.
Oh, that is incredible. A little wry smile from Targo.
Look how high he gets up, brings the shuttle down steeply, comes in. The kill's not on. A little deception. Lets the shuttle come onto him, fixes his opponent. Lovely touch across the net.
Service over.
Doesn't keep the momentum going, does he? Still errors creeping into his game. Simple clear there out the side of the court. Again, it's relatively straightforward lift. He's missed. You will see it. It's not close to the net. Should be making that comfortably. Well, indicative of his play this week, really, isn't it, Jill? One incredibly classy cross-court net shot to win the point, followed by 3 unforced errors.
It is unusual. That was a good net shot from Targo. Racket arm outstretched, tumbling the shuttle. And on a run of 4 straight points. Goodness me. Clearly in. 5 straight points for Targa.
Out.
It's gone wrong.
9-5.
Of course, he did very well at this tournament last year, did Kenichi Targo. Reached this stage of the tournament, having secured a second round victory over the then number 4 seed Chen Long. An hour and 20 minutes, 29 minutes. I remember you and I watching that, Ian. Oh, smash. Even better.
Service over. 6-9.
Yeah, better rally from Chong Wei. A little bit more constructive. didn't take the risk of going for the line to finish, but it follows another run of errors. Really not able to string a good series of points together to build any confidence so far.
162 miles per hour, that last winning smash of his, though. But confidence is a fragile thing, isn't it? You know, you mentioned that absolutely delightful cross-court winning net shot, and you sort of thought, or I thought to myself, he's just beginning to settle, he's beginning to express himself as he usually does, with just coming out with some truly magnificent shots, and then promptly loses 6 straight points. So it's odd. Player you've talked about, he thrives on confidence, and there's a glorious shot of a man who, playing a shot like that, deserves the world #1 status.
Yep.
He's not doing it rally after rally.
No, he's been so consistent. I mean, last year he was phenomenally consistent with his level of play. You have to say it's a slightly shaky start to this year. Lots of uncharacteristic errors throughout the whole of this tournament so far, and there's another one. Too flat, the lift. Easy interception for his opponent.
Well wide.
And he'd be disappointed. That was a real chance to get to the interval with a good lead. The smash was on, there was lots of space, he didn't need to hit the line. Chong Wei's out of position, covering the straight. Missed it by a fair margin.
He had read the cross-court smash at Targo. Made the error on the block.
Yeah, I think he actually got too close to this. He read it so early. I think he got a little bit cramped, yeah. Well, there we see, that was such a big smash, the one he missed, wasn't it, for 11-7. Could have had a 4-point lead, and suddenly we're back to 10 all.
Oh, indecision. Gone wide. Well, virtually exactly the same as the opening game. Lee Chong Wei in the opening game was 8-10 down, but still went to mid-game interval with the lead. Here in the second, he was 7-10 down, and yet has gone to the mid-game interval with the lead. But Malaysian fans, Ian, will not be feeling settled and confident and happy yet.
No, they won't. As I say, you know, after the last 18 months, maybe the expectation's just too high. But he's been so consistent and played with such confidence and great variety. And just suddenly, there's a bit of a hiccup here, you'd have to say. Really doesn't look in normal confident self. And he's swinging between being a little bit too passive and giving his opponent time on the shuttle, too much time on the shuttle, or forcing the play and making direct errors. just a better rally, isn't it? Patient, good pace in the rally. Here, not going for the line to finish, just going for angle, giving himself a good margin.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Targo. Wasn't much of a space down that forehand side, but he managed to find it.
No, he read the centre attack well, defended well off his body and created the opportunity. As you say, he did well to find the space in the rear court.
Service over. 13-11.
Oh, just wide. Yeah, no look from Lee Chong-wei on that one. He knows it was just wide of the singles court. Yep. Well, we certainly saw Lee Chong-wei in that rally trying to inject pace of movement.
Yeah, totally missed time in the smash at the end though.
String's gone in the racket.
14-13.
Well, Targo doesn't like the call, and he's looking up towards the giant screen. See if there's going to be a replay. Well, not sure we'll see it from this angle. Well, that's a great response.
Yes, it is. Very positive rally there. He used his frustration from the previous point to good effect. Was very aggressive in the rally. That's a very good smash down the line to finish. Yeah, I think he's disappointed with himself there. Not the best serve really at this stage of the game. Going for the flick serve. Lee Chong-wei so quick to get behind it, bring the shuttle down.
Lock in the net cord,
Service over.
for which he apologises.
16.
Yeah, knows he was lucky because Chong-wei had read the direction, he was there waiting for it. It was only the net cord that beat him.
Oh, incredible. Yeah, but well worked in the end from Lee Chong-wei.
17, 15.
Yeah, good racket work here. Gets in for the kill. His racket's quickly up and ready for the second shot there. Good technique. Unlucky. It's an unlucky moment to break a string.
It's just going through my mind, Ian, that we weren't seeing quite as many strings going this week. Was it at the Super Series Finals where we saw so many break, or was it the China Open?
I think it was in Shanghai, wasn't it, for the China Open?
China Open.
Was it?
Extraordinary number of strings breaking.
There was a men's doubles where one pair broke 9 rackets. Just the conditions, but again, it was a slow haul.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit bigger and a little bit more drift in that hole, which caused more mistiming of the shuttle.
18-15. Well, Lee Chong-wei just having a word with the umpire. And he's looking up to... Oof! Goodness me. Otago obviously indicating that he thought it was long.
It certainly wasn't that far long, that's for sure. Wow.
16, 18.
I'd hate to be a line judge. Have to make those decisions so quickly.
So tempting, isn't it, to make the call before it actually lands, that you feel it's going out and
Yeah.
the arms start to go out.
There's a real skill to being a line judge.
Yeah, yeah. It takes a little bit of experience.
So now, Lee Chong-wei just 2 points away from a place in the semi-final. That's beautiful. What a gloriously controlled, angled shot.
Yeah, again, just really well placed. Didn't try and force it, which he has done so many times in this match. Just placed it down onto the line. Lovely control.
Four match points. Otago was really intimidating that because he was ready to pounce.
20.
Yep. Lee Chong-wei just pointing out to the umpire that the scoreboard at the end of the court had jumped one too many places on. It is 17-20. Second time of asking, and Lee Chong-wei safely through to the semi-final with victory over Kenichi Tago, his 10th consecutive victory over Kenichi Tago. And the young Japanese star still searching for that elusive first victory over Lee Chong-wei. 21-17 the second game, having won the first 21-18. There's confirmation. 48 minutes needed to book his place in tomorrow's semi-final, where he'll meet Du Pengyu of China. Well, we said it yesterday, Lee Chong-wei not at his stunning best, but still more than good enough to get through against the talented Japanese player. Final smash, one of his best. Look how lightly he lands after that smash. Lands on his toes, immediately moving forward again. And the victory is his. So that's 3 of our 5 matches have been completed. Women's doubles up next, and then a real treat for us today on quarterfinals day, because we're able to watch the 2 best players in the world in men's singles. We've just seen one of them, the world #1 Lee Chong-wei, and of course our last match will feature the current world and Olympic champion Lin Dan. He's up against the young Dane Jan Jorgensen. The next match on court is women's doubles. And there we can see how these 2 pairs have reached the quarterfinal. Of course, this is the bottom quarter of the draw, and the Asian Games gold medalists from China, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. Well, they've had a pretty comfortable journey so far, as indeed have the Japanese pair. So seeds working out as predicted. 2 seeds getting through in this quarter. So to our next match on quarterfinals day, and it's women's doubles, and it features Miyuki Maeda and Satoko Sutsuna, the #5 seeds from Japan, up against the #2 seeds from China, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. players to come on to court. We can remind you, of course, that semi-finals tomorrow will start at the same time as we started quarters today. That's 1300 local time, 0400 GMT. The same for finals day as well, so you'll be able to join us for the next 2 days as well as for the rest of today, because this should be an intriguing women's doubles.
Versus TNC, Zhao China, umpire, Kang Sung-young, Korea, service judge, Eddie Lapianto, Indonesia, and team of line judges are Fiji.
So the Japanese pair leading out the players onto courts, Miyuki Maeda and Satoko Tsutsuna. There's the Chinese black and white kit, Japanese in red and white. So Zhao Yunlei, well, big surprise and a big story surrounding her on day 2 of competition, which of course was the first round after the qualifying had taken place on the Tuesday. First match on, in fact, on Wednesday. She was defending champion in the mixed doubles with World Championship winning partner Zhang Nan, and lost to the British combination of Chris Adcock and Imogen Bankia. So I guess Zhao Yunlei will actually be even more determined, if that's at all possible, for the women's doubles. But let's look first of all at Tsutsuna, Satoko Tsutsuna from Japan. She and her partner number 5 in the world rankings, but they did reach number 2 at one stage. In fact, they've had 3 spells at number 2 in the world, a total of 24 weeks on that status, but now number 5, and their win-loss record for the year translates into 3 finals, having won 2 titles. That's 35 and 18. 2 titles they won were the Indian Superseries event and the Malaysian Grand Prix Gold, and incidentally those 2 tournaments were in 2 weeks. 2 titles back-to-back is pretty impressive. But there have been occasions this year where they've really struggled to live up to their seeded position. But no such trouble against European opposition in their first 2 matches here in Seoul. First of all against the English pair of Agathongalu and Ulva, 12 and 13, and then yesterday against Maranello and Michels from Germany. So for the Japanese pair, Maeda 26, Tsutsuna 30 years of age, going to turn 31 at the end of January, whereas this Chinese combination, both of them 25. Tiang Qing, there she is. Current world ranking of number 2. Zhao Yunlei, current world ranking of 1 in the mixed doubles, and current world champion, of course, in mixed doubles as well. 47 and 10. Now, normally, you'd say that was pretty impressive, wouldn't you? But when you compare it to the world number 1s at the moment, Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang are just absolutely outstanding. They won all 5 Premier Super Series events last year, including beating Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei in last year's final. So Kang Xingjun and Eddie Rufianto are court officials.
이어서 이번 복제전은 덴마크의 토마스 웨이버, 카놀라 리터조이 선수와 중국의 술체, 마진 선수의 혼합 복식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 일본의 오에가 토시키 씨, 부심은 한국의 김가한 씨, 선수는 이주입니다.
Following in court number 2, mixed doubles match number 2A between Thomas Rainbow, Camilla Littlejohn, Denmark, versus Su Chen, Beijing, China. Umpire, Ueda Tsushi, Japan. Service judge, Kim Gang-yeon, Korea. And team of line judges are Yi.
Or a very slight delay while we waited for the public announcement for players to go on to the adjoining court. So the number 5 seeds, Maeda and Suetsuna, against the number 2 seeds and last year's beaten finalists, Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei. Record was saying that it's not as impressive as their teammates, but it is still very, very impressive. The Asian Games gold medalist from China. 9 finals in 2011. They got beaten in 6 of them. Now, in my opinion, Ian, there's 2 very contrasting styles of these 2 pairs on court.
That's clear. And the interest in this match will be in the conditions that are, as we said during the previous matches, the conditions this week are quite slow. That should suit the Japanese pair, really. They like to play counter-attack, they like to play defensive. When they do attack, they attack with good margins, don't make many errors. Chinese pair, they play a more aggressive type of game, so it'll be an interesting contrast, as you say. It's an example of the Chinese attacking play there, good combination. Tiang Qing from the rear court, setting up a partner in the forecourt. Well placed smash to the centre, setting it up for Zhao Yunlei.
And I can't help but wonder whether the Japanese pair will have learnt from their only previous experience against this Chinese combination, which of course was in the quarterfinal of the Singapore Open last year, because the Chinese pair won very convincingly indeed, 21-8, 21-12. And I watched that match and sat watching it and kept saying to myself, well, I know the Japanese like to counter-attack, as you've just pointed out, but they're losing. They've got to try and mix this up. They've got to try and change it. Surely at some stage they've got to try attacking.
Well, hopefully they will, and the last point was a good example. They have the ability to play an attacking style of play, but they tend to always fall back, and certainly when the pressure comes on, they tend to go very passive in their play. So as you say, it'll be interesting to see how they deal with their opponents today. Well, we've seen in the last couple of points that Japanese trying to step up in defence, use a flat defence, but just made a couple of errors. Fall back on the old lift return of serve, which we see so often from them, just to get into the rally.
Oh, that is lovely. Just changing the direction. Now, most players, you'd think, oh, I've aimed towards the right shoulder, I've got them under pressure.
Yeah, it's good vision, though. She'd seen the net player step across, I think, and she actually changed it at the last moment. Really good skill and good peripheral vision.
You see, you just get that, or certainly I do, that inevitable feeling that whilst they're able to defend very, very well for so long, that inevitably it's going to get broken down at some stage.
Yeah, particularly by a pair like this Chinese pair. There's such a good combination. There's no real brute force. There's not the real strength from the rear court, but the combination plays are really, really good. The rotational play is good, and they get their partner into the game all the time. And that's going to make it hard for the Japanese to counter-attack, of course. Same pattern again. It's the Chinese on the attack, and as you say, just eventually breaking the defense down. And again, it's the finish from the net position. Set up from the rear court, finish from the front court, good doubles.
And I think that's, well, in my opinion, standard practice in women's doubles nowadays, that you have to work for the net player. Can't be expecting to hit winners from the back of the court. And also, I don't think nowadays you can really rely on outlasting your opponents. And the level of fitness of all these top women's doubles players, absolutely supreme. Mind you, I seem to remember saying this very similar thing at the Beijing Olympics, when, of course, this particular Japanese pair in the quarter-final went and disposed of the then defending world and Olympic champions in that quarter-final, another Chinese pair, and they did outlast them, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a lot during the last 12 months, but I do feel ladies doubles has moved on a lot over the last 4 years. It's a much more aggressive game. The change in the scoring system was a bit of a catalyst for that, but certainly the top pairs now are really using a lot more attacking play, and it's a much better discipline for it.
Yeah, I concur wholeheartedly with that. It's a good smash. Gets back so quickly. So a 7-point advantage at the mid-game interval.
Well, it's as we expected so far. It's the attack of the Chinese pair against the defense of the Japanese. It's the attacking play that's coming out on top at the moment.
Well, both these pairs on court, the second-ranked pairs from their country. Well, there's two former Chinese players that are now coaching in Europe. Xu Wen played for Germany for many years, now coaching in the Netherlands. And Pi Hongyan, who's still playing and still battling through injuries and getting back to good form again. Oh dear. Line judge changed her mind.
Yeah, I think that's a good example of what we were talking about before. I think she'd called that too early. The arms went out before the shuttle had landed. Shuttle just held up a bit, as it's been doing all week at this end, and eventually dropped in, so she changed the call. I'm going to see it from there.
Well, we can see quite clearly the disappointment of the two Japanese players. play from Suetsuna.
Yeah, and there's the difference when they do attack, create a little bit of pressure. They keep their Chinese opponents fixed in those mid-court positions, don't let them get into the net. And they look a different pair.
Well, I think it was a correct call, but the arms went out very wide and very quickly from Zhao Yunlei. It can be deemed to be trying to influence the line judge's decision. It was long. It was the correct call. Oh, that's nice.
Yep, well they can do it, can't they?
Yeah.
That's the frustrating thing watching them. They can play aggressively. That was good play, good set-up play from the rear court. And a nice finish from Reida in the front court. It's just too infrequent.
Well, hit the top of the tape and fell back the Japanese side.
There's a well-placed smash though. Maeda looking to defend on the backhand side, and the smash was across onto the forehand side, forcing the error. Zhao Yunlei there, just trying to follow in, get into that favoured net position where she's so good. Doesn't really place the smash well enough to allow her to follow that in.
A much better rally from the Japanese pair, who was given the opportunity to counter-attack on the defence. They took that opportunity and then involved their net player.
Yeah, certainly the mid-game intervals made a difference here. Coaching was obviously about getting more positive in the rallies. It's clear they're making a concerted effort. We'll see here how high they stay in the defensive positions. Clearly the coaches have asked them to take a more aggressive stance. And it's beginning to work for them. They're working their way back into this game.
Much better. And I have to say, it did go through my mind when they were 7-15 down that there was too much of a gulf in the scoreline between what were the silver and bronze medalists from last year's World Championships. You expect when you've got two pairs that have picked up medals as recently as that to be much closer in the contest. But now it's beginning to develop. There's only 4 points in it. Yeah, and a little worried expression on the Chinese now. Comes to an end. But those 4 straight points have given them belief again. All of a sudden you believe that you can catch back up. Doesn't seem so much of a deficit, and quite frankly it's 7-15. I think the first game's gone, but it's certainly not now. Relentless pressure.
Yeah, as you say, look how far up the court both of the Chinese players are here. Taking really aggressive positions, driving the Japanese off the net position, forcing them into deep defensive positions and eventually getting through.
Well, they'll be happy with that bit of luck. Big smile from Maeda.
Yeah, they've earned a little bit of luck though, just by being a little bit more aggressive. They've really tried to step up in the defensive positions, trying to defend higher up the court. And when they get in the attack, they're having a real go now. Again, Zhao Yunlei making the difference in the net position. Quick to read the drive defence. Steps off here. First interception, follows in, would have been ready for any reply. Disappointed here. Got into the net position, Maeda, and then missed a relatively simple mid-court shot there.
Oh, she's gone for a new racket. Unbelievable. Missed it in the end, but my goodness me, Tiang Qing dashed. There was a clash of rackets. Her racket was completely broken. The racket head was broken. She dashed to the side of the court, grabbed a new racket, came back on. And so the rally continued.
It's a long way off there as well, Jill, today.
Yeah.
Players' baskets are actually behind the advertising. It's quite a long way to go and get your racket.
Well, she wants to test out the new racket. Well, we've seen that often in men's doubles, haven't we? We don't often see it in women's doubles.
It's a bit strange she wants to test the racket, though. She went and got it. She played 5 or 6 shots when she came back. Why does she need to test it?
Very good point. Well, close the gap to just 3 points now.
And again, more aggressive intent being rewarded.
Oh, the opportunity was there. She knows it. Look at the frustration for Satoko Tsutsuna.
This was a real chance. She read the play. Look, she was moving. It was on. Just hesitated, didn't she? Didn't really commit 100% to this shot.
Yeah, they know how lucky they were because they were both out of position. But it is now 4 game points to the number 2 seeds from China. And that's wide. First opportunity, and they convert. 21-16, the opening game. Umpire just confirms the score. Well, they were certainly on a bit of a roll. If only Suetsuna had made that interception. Well, we'll never know. But there, 25 minutes, it was a long opening game. 21-16. Well, it was a long opening game, but can't help but go through my mind the fact that they were 4-12 down at one stage. You can't give opponents world number 2's 8-point advantage at the start of a game, can you? It's you're asking for trouble, really.
No, they were way too passive at the start of that set. And as you say, it was sad, really, because in the second half of the game, they showed a lot more aggressive intent and really posed some problems for the world number 2 pair. I'm sure that's what the coaches will be saying to them, that they just need to be more positive at the start of this game, get into it, try and create some scoreboard pressure on the Chinese pair.
One of the men's doubles players watching his teammates. Amusement that he's up on the giant screen. So the battle of the World Championship medalists. Silver medalists getting the better of the first game against the bronze medalists. Look from the Chinese as to whether that shuttle had been played before it crossed the net, but I have to say it was a very odd looking shot from Zhao Yunlei. It's a slingshot, as we used to call in our day. They've changed the rules slightly, the wording, so that unless you really catch it on the racket and almost have two movements of the racket, it's legal now. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. Certainly there, Zhao Yunlei was just caught in a position too close to the net. Japanese have stepped up a little bit in defence, and they're using a lot of drive defence, and Zhao Yunlei there was just a little bit too close to the net, and the shuttle was past her, and she sort of almost dragged it from behind herself, didn't she?
And when you see them play rallies like that, you wonder why on earth they don't do that from the start of the match. And you can understand why they're such a world-class pair.
Yeah, good play. Pace on the shuttle to drive the Chinese back in the court, and then pace off to use the space. Good thinking.
Oh, that is delightful.
And again, more aggressive intent in defence. One or two drives, forcing the Chinese deep, and then again using the space in the forecourt.
Yeah, fault called. Both touched the shuttle there. Well spotted by the umpire.
Yeah, interesting there. I just thought Jiang Qing just stumbled a little bit there. We didn't see it here. She's very straight-legged. She seemed to wince halfway through the rally.
very good smash from Zhao Yunlei.
Yeah, it was short, but it's the placement, isn't it?
Yeah, very good.
Hitting off defence, good vision to see which way the Japanese had set up in defence.
She played a cross-court block like that in the opening game, and it was an outright winner. Couldn't make it that time.
No, but at that stage of the game there was no pressure on them, was there?
No.
Suddenly there's a lot more pressure and intensity from their opponents, and it's just forcing the Chinese pair into one or two errors at the moment.
Hesitation from Suitsuna there, because wasn't sure whether she should be playing it or whether her partner should.
Yeah, it was a nice change of pace though from Tianqing in the rear court, taking the pace off to the centre of the court, just causing a little bit of hesitation.
Yeah, they both hesitated, didn't they? They both thought the other was going to take it. Drop shot. Well, since you made the comment in about Tianqing and whether she had hurt herself, and a big wince on her face as she moved, what was it, 3 or 4 rallies ago? I've actually been keeping a very close eye on her, and I think it's more her partner seems to be struggling to change direction. Zhao Yunlei's got not only the knee support, but she's got her left knee heavily strapped as well. It's very, very well worked rally by the Chinese combination. Of course, we must remember that she pulled out of the Super Series Finals semi-final. Tianqing with injury problems.
Yeah, she actually went down in one of the group games, didn't she? Hurt her knee, there was quite a long injury break. Looked as though she may have had to concede at that stage. Eventually managed to get through the group stage, but retired when she got through to the knockout stage.
Yeah, so we're up against their teammates and world #1s, and you have to be at 100% fitness to even get close to Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang. And if you are struggling with injury, obviously a fairly drastic situation. It's going wide, surely.
That was a long way out, wasn't it? And I think she eventually missed it because she was scared. She'd got her foot on the carpet. She was scared of slipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another good rally from the Japanese, keeping the intensity high, and not giving the Chinese pair time when the shuttle.
Just watched Zhao Yunlei's movement here. And I didn't think she was fully committed as she came forward to that last one. Did you think there was any hesitation?
Yeah, I don't think she looks a little bit concerned about putting full weight on her right leg, doesn't she?
Yeah.
But I would have to say the same thing about Tianqing.
Yeah.
Again, when she's forced to push quickly, the reception on the right leg in the lunge position, both of them are hesitating.
Well, both of them big bandages on their right knees, and the Japanese are very, very unhappy with the call and the fact that the Chinese players are calling out before the line judge has made a decision. Oh, well, I think they have a fair point there. Oof.
Same problem.
Yeah.
We've seen it a lot, haven't we? Zhao Yunlei. It's almost a habit she's got into of turning around and indicating to the lines person that it's out.
What exactly is the rule on that? It's in the Players' Code of Conduct, isn't it, that you're not allowed to try and influence line judges?
Yes, it's in the Code of Conduct. It's not actually a law, but it's something that the umpires have the right to act on and are asked to act on as well.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be pressure applied to lines person.
That's good work from Tianqing.
Yeah, good pressure. Smash to the left side, followed by a smash to the right side, broke the defence.
2:33. That's the fastest smash by a woman of the tournament so far.
Yeah, not something you'd necessarily think that Tianqing would do either. Known as one of the bigger hitters, but that was a big hit for sure.
Another couple of very big hits in that rally.
Yeah, it was well set up from the rear court, but Tianqing couldn't find the finish on the forecourt. Guilty of just having a racket too low in preparation.
Well, she created her own luck there, didn't she?
Yeah, stepped well up the court, didn't she, in defence. Was intent on flattening it out, taking the aggressive option. We'll see her step up onto the shuttle. Keep the shuttle flat.
Good rally by the Japanese pair.
Yeah, good rally. Survived a long period in defence, and when they got the attacking opportunity, the smash was well placed.
Oops. Almost got in each other's way there. But the number 5 seeds from Japan have the advantage at the mid-game interval.
Well, as a coach, you'd rather see 2 going for it than nobody. Both hunting the shuttle, it's a good sign. It's also a sign that they're right in this game. But I think you're right, Jill. I think there's some problems on the Chinese side.
Yeah, physically.
Yeah, I think both of them are slightly limited in their movement.
Of course, Zhao Yunlei has been playing mixed doubles regularly at all the tournaments she's attended, whereas Jiang Qing, she was in the final of this event last year in the mixed doubles with Tao Jianing, but she's since dissolved that partnership and is concentrating 100% on her women's doubles. But there's still an awful lot of badminton. I mean, if you're getting through to the finals of tournaments regularly, both in doubles and mixed doubles, even if it's just doubles, as far as the Chinese are concerned, 9 finals last year, that's an awful lot of badminton. A build-up of wear and tear on the body.
Yeah, I was quite surprised at the time that they took Tian Qing off the mixed. I think she was playing very, very well in the early part of 2011. Certainly looked one of the top players around. But it may be that this susceptibility with the knee they've got, they've just decided to concentrate on one event. This time taking the initiative in defence, in the mid-court defensive position, hitting the drive, following in, and eventually finishing at the net.
They do communicate well. I always think the Japanese pair, Maeda and Suetsuna, are always talking to each other and discussing tactics, encouraging. Oh, it's clever. Tough rally. That's a good rally and a good finish from Suetsuna.
Yeah, during that rally I was watching Zhao Yunlei very closely. There's clearly a problem there. She was really struggling there with the movement, really favouring the left leg. You mentioned about the Japanese pair having good communication, and I think that was crucial. I mean, they've played together for a long time, haven't they? They really have.
Yeah, this is their 8th year together on tour.
And after the World Championships, you'd have to say they had a bit of a rocky patch, didn't they? They had a series of bad results, and it's at times like that that you really need to be able to talk to each other straight and sort things out. But certainly the evidence is that they're coming through that patch now, because this is a much better performance this week.
Of course, we should remember that Maeda and Suetsuna, as former world number 2s during the last 12 months, and yet didn't qualify for the Super Series finals because they were the 3rd-ranked Japanese pair. They've now gone up to the 2nd-ranked Japanese pair, which, if it stays like that, then they do qualify for the Olympic Games.
Yeah, but it's a real battle. It's very close between the 3 pairs, and only 2 of them will qualify. All to play for.
Umpire, Kim Young, Korea. Service judge, Kang Sik-jun, Korea. And Cleveland line judges are at.
Extra significance, I guess, for this particular quarter-final encounter as well, when you think of Olympic qualifying as well. As far as the Chinese pair are concerned, I mean, with number 1 and 2 in the world on the rankings, almost certainly those 2 pairs will qualify. But you're absolutely right, because the highest ranked Japanese pair, of course, were the seeded combination here. Number 3 seeds, Fuji and Kakiwa, lost in the first round to Vita Marissa and Nadia Melati of Indonesia. Of course, the other Japanese pair of Matsuo and Nato are also in quarter-final action. They'll be playing later on this afternoon, so you're absolutely right. Added significance, added pressures.
Yeah, it's almost certain that the Japanese will finish with 3 pairs in the top 8, but of course only 2 of those pairs can qualify.
Only 2 of those pairs can qualify, but if 3 pairs in the top 8, then do the National Olympic Committee have the say as to which 2 of those 3 pairs they can send to the Games?
Well, the invitation will go to the top 2 ranked pairs, but of course the NOC, their National Olympic Committee, will know that if they refuse one of those places, the other pair would be able to go, the 3rd pair would be able to go.
Right.
So actually it's not up to them who's invited, but they would, under the rules, know that they'd have that option to pull one of the other 2 pairs out and take the 3rd pair.
Yeah, so in essence, yes, it's a roundabout way of, yes, they have the say, but it's not quite as simplistic as I put it. All gets more and more complicated, doesn't it? That's a good return of serve.
When Zhao Yunlei's in the rear court, she's not really putting the weight on the right leg to hit hard, is she? She's She's not fully committing from the rear court. She's trying to keep the weight off that right leg the whole time.
That's nice. Oh, you don't often see that, do you?
No, we're not used to Zhao Yunlei making that sort of error on the front court. Let's have a look. She did land on the right leg that time, but she didn't look very comfortable. It may have caused the error, the hesitation. Oh, that's well placed.
It's a very good smash, isn't it? Good angle.
Yeah, up to the side made. Seeing there was a lot of space in the centre, was moving to cover the centre smash. Zhao Yunlei, good peripheral vision. Seeing that movement and hitting across the court.
Well, there was a perfect example of her lack of movement.
Again, landing on one leg off balance, can't get back into court. Looks a bit of a struggle, doesn't it, the footwork at the moment.
Now that is good play from the Chinese.
Yeah, good aggressive intent from Tian Qing, taking responsibility. Good attack from the mid-court. We see her in the rear court position here. Watch her work her way to the front of the court to finish from the front court. It's good play.
Yeah, that good aggressive play. Means that the number 2 seeds, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei, 4 opportunities to put their place in tomorrow's semi-finals. Took the risk of going forward and taking the half chance. That was a nice play. I'd like to see, in general terms, the Japanese pair trying that a little more often. They're certainly not giving up without a fight, are they?
No, another good example of what we're saying though, Jill. And they really need to. They find good attacking play, don't they? They've saved two match points with really aggressive plays.
Well, what a disappointing way for the match to end. Error on serve from Satoko Suetsuna gifts the 3rd match point opportunity to the number 2 seeds Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. She looks more relieved now, doesn't she, the Chinese women's doubles coach, because her pair safely through to the semi-final stage. as indeed are the top Chinese pair of Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang. But there's confirmation of the score for Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei, 21-16, 21-18 against the number 5 seeds from Japan. There's a little wave from Zhao Yunlei. In a moment of victory, seeing the low serve from Suetsuna go into the net. And they are through to the semi-final, and they'll play either Matsuo and Nato or Jung and Kim from Korea. Well, just one more match this afternoon on quarterfinals day here at the Victor Korea Open 2012, the first of the OSIM BWF World Superseries tournaments for 2012, and the first of the 5 Premier events. All the top players are here, and that's reflected in the matches we've already seen, and indeed in the match we've got coming up next, because it is the world and Olympic champion Lin Dan from China, the defending champion here at the Korea Open. He's up against Jan Jorgensen from Denmark. Now, of course, Jorgensen wasn't seeded, and what a tremendous match. As you can see yesterday, this is the bottom quarter of the draw, because he defeated the former world champion and the number 5 seed Chen Jin of China in 3 close games. Let's make mention also of Lee Hyun-il, because he battled against Lin Dan. Of course, Lee Hyun-il retired 3 times as a player, but still Korea's top men's singles player. So to our 5th and final match here on quarterfinals day at the Victor Korea Open, and it's men's singles, our 2nd men's singles of the day, and it features the defending champion Lin Dan of China up against Jan Jorgensen of Denmark.
이어서 1번 코트에서는 덴마크의 자문 유벤슨 선수와 중국의 린단 선수의 남자 단식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 한국의 최재국 씨, 부심은 일본의 토이치 쿠 씨, 선심은 A조입니다.
Following in Group 1, men's singles match number 2A between Gabriel Gibson, Denmark versus Lina, China. Umpire, Choi Korea. Servicers, Toshikoku, Japan. And team of 9 judges are A.
So the players have made their way onto court. Lin Dan of China, the left-hander, the Olympic champion, won the gold medal in Beijing, up against the Dane, Jan Jorgensen. Jan Jorgensen, 24 years of age, born in Aalborg, in North Jutland. Lin Dan, 28, from Fuzhou, which of course is the capital of Fujian province. And the umpire just conducting the toss of the coin. Jan Jorgensen, what a marvellous victory in the last 16 match yesterday against the former world champion, Chen Jin. But for Jan Jorgensen, well, there was an awful lot of worry about him at the end of last year because he had to pull out of the quarter-final of the Denmark Open, Premier Super Series event, of course, because he had a heart virus. And you can see from his win-loss record last year, not that many tournaments, just 12 tournaments, 2 titles, the Danish International and an invitational event, which of course doesn't go towards world ranking, the Copenhagen Masters, in between Christmas and New Year in Europe. Well, as I say, that match yesterday against the former world champion and number 5 seed Chen Jin was an absolute marathon. As you can see, an hour and 12 minutes. And 2 players yesterday, they're very similar styles, both great athletes, very physically strong, will run all day. Now look at that win-loss record, 64 and 5. And that translates into 9 finals in 2011, winning 7 of them. Absolutely extraordinary, but equally extraordinary has been his 2 matches so far. First of all against Pablo Abion of Spain, dropped the second game there, that was an hour and 3 minutes. And then just 2 minutes shy of the hour mark yesterday against Lee Hyun-il, the left-hander. So, I know we've watched Lee Chong-wei earlier today, and we watched Lee Chong-wei yesterday, and we were sort of saying, well, he wasn't looking his normal self. I have to say, nor has Lin Dan in these early stages, and I'm convinced that the shuttles have a lot to do with it. Well, the Dane's still looking for his first ever victory over the 4-time world champion Lin Dan. The last time they met was in the quarter-final of that China Open there, and as you could see, 2 straight games. In fact, all 4 previous meetings in 2 straight games. Now, court officials. This men's singles quarter-final. Lin Dan, of course, the defending champion, beat Lee Chong-wei in last year's final. First ever Premier Super Series event, the Korean Open a year ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Chen Hong-jung, Denmark, and on my left, Lin Dan, China. Lin Dan to serve, love all, play.
So the defending champion, nearest to us, getting this quarter-final underway against the unseeded Jan Jorgensen. And Ian, it was an odd sort of year last year for Jan Jorgensen, because he had got as high as number 8 in the world ranking in 2010, and quarter-final of World Championships. He had some very, very good results. Won his first Super Series title in 2010, the Denmark Super Series, and then last year, in all honesty, didn't sort of keep that momentum going. 1 or 2 injury problems, as I say, had that heart virus during the Danish Open last autumn. But he's coming back to good form again now.
Yeah, I think key word there was momentum. I think he never really got up ahead of steam last year. He had a lot of interruptions with injuries and illness, and with his style of play, he's somebody who thrives on a lot of matches, and he needs matches to build confidence, and he never really managed to string 2 or 3 tournaments together last year. We've already seen in the first couple of points here the problem he's going to face, and that is he'll want to play counter-attack. That's his natural style of play. But It's very, very difficult to defend against Lindan because it's very difficult to pick the direction of the attack and also the pace of the attack. There's such variety from Lindan in attack.
Yeah, accuracy in attack as well, variety, deception and accuracy, and as you say, very difficult to counteract. Also, I mean, Lindan, I know he plays well most places, but he has got an exceptional record here in Korea. 4 previous appearances at the Korea Open, 4 times he's been in the final, having won 3 of them.
Yes, and if you add that to the head-to-head record,
Yeah.
it's going to be a big ask for Jan Jorgensen today.
Yeah, but I think the Dane is a confident young man, isn't he? And he always has belief. He's already had some exceptional results. He's beaten the world #1 previously, of course, in the first round of the China Open in 2009, beat Lee Chong-wei. A couple of victories over Taufik Hidayat and a couple of victories in international competition against his teammate Peter Gader. He loves the big matches, thrives on them.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's true. And doing good to have won a couple of matches here. Did really well against Chen Jin. Looked for a long time as though he was going to lose it in 2 sets. Managed to hang in there. Showed real good fighting qualities to come back and win that. And hopefully he'll have taken some confidence from that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, if you give him time to get behind the shuttle, he really is lethal. He backs himself every time to hit within a few centimetres of the sidelines.
Ooh, string's gone. Yeah, he knew it.
Well, more than one string gone there. There's a complete set gone. Got nothing to play with there.
It's a careless error. After making the error, he will look to the adjoining court. Unbelievable.
9-6.
Well, no Danish fans won't like me saying this, but it's just a joy to watch, isn't it, when you see Lindan in full flow like that. So, Zhangzhou. Yeah, trying to be a little too cute there, Lindan, but that run of 6 straight points.
Yeah, better rally there from Jan Jorgensen, finding a good length, giving himself more chance to defend. Managed to pick up a couple of straight smashes there with good blocks. And eventually the error came from Lindan.
Serve. 10-7.
So to the mid-game interval with a 4-point advantage. And in all honesty, Lindan seems to be in cruise control at the moment.
Yeah, he's not really under any pressure in the rallies, is he? Jan Jorgensen happy to use a lot of clears, try and keep Lindan in the rear court, but that doesn't really create any pressure. As you say, Lindan's able to choose his attacking options. He's got lots of time. I do feel Jan Jorgensen maybe just needs to use a little bit more variety in his game. Maybe use 1 or 2 more slices to mix the clears up a little bit.
Short lift.
Well, that's the other problem. That's the other problem Jan Jorgensen's got in the net area. Lindan has a distinct advantage in this match, and that creates a lot of attacking opportunities for him. Yeah, that's more like it. Change of pace there. And again, same tactic, Jan Jorgensen using the push to the middle of the court to keep Lindan off that net position.
Yeah, made to scamper the full diagonal of the courts.
Yeah, and that's one of the big differences in the match. That time it was Jan Jorgensen who got in early on the net, forced the defensive lift. But he hasn't got the same attacking quality as Lindan, so he's unable to finish the point. Whereas when Lindan creates those opportunities, more often than not, he wins the point.
Emphasising your point.
15 high.
Lindan just seems to be targeting the backhand defence a little bit of Jorgensen, doesn't he? And he's got the opportunity, sitting with good angle and precision to the line.
Yeah, it's nice.
Nice touch. Key was he got in early. That gave him the options. Fixes Lindan on his centre base position. Gives Jorgensen the option of going deep or short. Just holds it. Little deception and goes short. Good play, good movement.
Oh, goodness. Incredible angle.
Yeah, he can't afford to just be throwing the shuttle up in the air from there, can he? Took it deep. Maybe he needs to use the flat recovery shots rather than playing high to the baseline. That just gives Lindan too much time.
Jan Jorgensen, only one of the 4 players in the bottom half of the door, is a right-hander. And the 2 players, of course, Sho Sasaki, the number 6 seed, is on court at the moment against Mark Schwiebler of Germany.
This time it's the cross-court smash, but again, too much time for Lindan to get behind the shuttle. That gives him the option. He can go straight, he can go cross, he can go to the centre. So difficult to defend against him. Really needs to reduce the amount of time Lindan's got in the rear court.
Oh, goodness. Yes, completely which way the shuttle was coming. Well, he looks so confident at the moment, does Lindan. Even appeared to try a trick shot there. Look at this. Got him no advantage at all, but it is a sign that he feels he's very much cruising through this. And I can't help but wonder, Ian, you know, of course, that hour and 12 minutes yesterday for Jan Jorgensen against Chen Jin. And whilst Jan Jorgensen is an incredibly fit athlete, it must just take the edge off slightly. And when you're playing against a player with the dynamic style of somebody like Lin Dan, it has more of an impact possibly, rather than playing against another player who's also a runner like Chen Jin.
Yeah, true. I mean, Lin Dan's obviously a better player, but he's actually had more time on court than Jan Jorgensen this week so far. But as you say, it's the clash of styles that's probably hurting Jan Jorgensen at the moment. I think you mentioned it earlier, Jan Jorgensen's a very confident player, a very confident person, and he'll still have a strategy. He's chosen the end that's more difficult to play first. He'll be turning around with that in his mind. It'll be something for him positive to focus on for the second game. It'll be easier for him to hit a good length and to put more pressure on the rear court when he turns around and plays from this near side. So it'll be interesting to see how the second game unfolds tactically.
I think we'll get an answer to that fairly swiftly. 7 game point opportunities now for the defending champion, Lin Dan. Only needed the one, so 21-13.
First game won by Linda. 21-13.
And just 18 minutes of play. Very much in command of the opening game, Lin Dan. Jan Jorgensen. Only 12 tournaments last year. And the best he did in any Super Series tournament last year was a quarter-final. So he's equalled that at the first of the Super Series events for 2012. He looks determined, doesn't he?
Could be that he's just conserved a little bit of energy for this to play from this side. This end of the court will certainly be the better game for him. He'll be able to control the length of the shuttle a lot easier. He'll be able to put a little bit more pressure on the rear court. He'll be able to play quicker to the rear court. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. But I would suspect that he'll up the tempo a little bit and reduce Lin Dan's time in the rear court. Yeah, clears and pushes it already flatter from this side. Better rally, wasn't it?
Lin Dan asking for the shuttle to be changed. So it makes a nice change when opponents just immediately say yes. So it's become a feature of badminton that there's disagreements as to when the shuttle needs to be changed or not. Yeah, it's superb.
Yeah, better choice of shot there. And Jorgensen late in the deep forehand corner there, rather than using the high clear as he was doing in the first game. Used the drive recovery, keeping Lindan off the net position but not giving him time overhead.
Didn't really seem to stretch up for that one. Seemed to play that with a bent arm.
Yeah. You can see from that shadow movement he agrees with you.
Oh my goodness. He's missed it. Goodness me.
It was almost an exhibition rally, wasn't it?
Incredible.
Yeah, lovely cross net, lovely control.
All good. Yeah, Jorgensen doesn't like the call and he's looking up towards the giant screen, waiting for the replay. Well, here it comes. No, that was plumb on the line. Good call, line judge.
Signs that Lindan's just taken his foot off the accelerator a little bit here. Seeing less attacking play from him so far in this game.
Yeah, that rally that you described as almost exhibition stuff. I wonder if that's perhaps just disturbed his focus.
That's a good rally. Again, flat push, keeping Lindan off the net position there. We see it, flat push, flat again. Driving Lindan away from the net and eventually getting his own opportunity to attack. saying in previous matches, more difficult to control the length from that end.
이어서 2번 코트에서는 한국의 김희정, 김사랑 선수와 중국의 홍웨이, 세계 선수의 남자 복식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 인도네시아의 에디 러퍼 씨, 부심은 일본의 우에다 토시키 씨, 선수는 비주입니다.
Wow.
I think your point was a good one, Jill, when he tried those couple of trick shots there. He just lost momentum, didn't he? Lost his concentration and struggling to get it back a little bit here.
Service judge, Ueda Toshiki, Japan, and team of line register B.
Well, Jan Jorgensen is too good as a player to take lightly.
Well, and as we suspected, this end of the court is suiting Jan Jorgensen a lot more. He's able to play quicker clears. He's able to use the drive a little bit, which from the far end is more difficult to do. So it suits him a lot more, and at the same time, Lindan's certainly relaxed a little bit. And the combination of the two means that Jan Jorgensen's got a really healthy lead at the mid-game interval.
Yeah, I noticed that head coach Malazua now also helping at the mid-game interval. Of course, he was on duties elsewhere in the arena with other Danish players involved on quarterfinals day. Now they've concluded. He's here to support this man.
It's out the back again. It's careless. He knows by now. It's his third day of matches. He must know that that end's more difficult. There's more concentration than this.
It's gone wide and long.
Yeah, it looks as though he's letting this game go, doesn't it?
It's just extraordinary. 7 straight points for the Dane. Yeah, yeah.
He's stopped, hasn't he?
No, it doesn't look interested. Missed it. Well, I'm not quite sure what to say, Ian.
Well,
I mean, I was singing his praises in the opening game and saying what a delight it was to watch Lindan in full flow. This here in the second game is certainly not full flow.
no, and I think we read the game reasonably well. That Jan Jorgensen would clearly prefer playing from this end of the court, and he tried in the first game, but he didn't waste a lot of energy in the first game, and his turnaround certainly increased the intensity of his game. And Lindan got a poor start, and he's just decided to let it go by the looks of it.
No, that's very well taken from Jan Jorgensen.
Yeah, kept his base very high on the court, didn't he? Anticipated the second net shot from Lindan. Watch this, holds his position, takes it well off the net.
이어서 3번 코트에서는 일본의 마스오시카 나이토마미 선수와 한국의 정경은, 김하나 선수의 여자 복식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 호주의 베이징 씨, 보시는 프랑스의 질라벨 씨, 선수는 시기입니다.
Following in World Series, Honors Doubles match number 27 between Masaoshika, Naitomi, Japan versus Tongkyung, Kihana, Korea. Umpire, David Connor, Australia.
Well,
Service judge, Suzanne France, and Tima Markovic, Brazil.
what's that, 14 minutes? Including a 2-minute timeout in between the second and third. Only 12 minutes. Timeout midway through. Well, that is an extraordinary scoreline, isn't it?
I think, from what we said at the beginning, that's the first set he's taken off Lindan, isn't it?
It is indeed.
In his fifth match against him, first set he's taken off him. He'll take a bit of confidence from that. Tactically, an interesting game. Obviously, Lindan, from his results earlier in the week, obviously not comfortable at the far end of the court. He's dropped sets against each opponent. So there's something he doesn't like about it, and in this match he's going to have to finish at the end he doesn't like. So Jan Jorgensen, there's a big motivation for Jan Jorgensen to really dig in the first half of this game to score as many points as he possibly can from the more difficult end. So if he's in touch, he's obviously got a little bit of a chance when he turns round. We know Lindan's got more gears, but the question is whether he's going to employ them today from the lack of motivation in that second game.
Final game, double play.
Well, let's see if Lindan's had a bit of a talking to by his coaches and whether he's going to up his intensity.
Even for players like Lindan, it's difficult to go from really unconcentrated badminton to aggressive badminton. You know, there's more risk of making errors, obviously, as we saw with that first point. See that Jan Jorgensen's determined to make it tough for him. Defended really well, made Lindan work very hard for that rally, and that's what he's got to do from this end. Yeah, right on the line.
Yeah, it's a nice angle. It wasn't the best of lifts, but it was still a nice winning shot from Lindan. Yeah, look at his feet. He's up at that double service line on the back of the court.
See from this end, it's another demonstration, that point of the difference in ends. Lindan able there to push flat to the rear court 3-4 times, build the pressure up against Jan Jorgensen with fast flicks into the rear court, which is more difficult to do from the far end.
Constructed rally by the Dane.
Yeah, set up with a nice slice smash down the line here. Lands in good balance, enables him to get in behind it and finish at the net.
Pushed it wide.
He was looking for that drive into the rear court again, wasn't he? But missed it. Again, just guilty of relaxing a little bit.
There's a couple of times already in this deciding game that Lindan's played that straight slice from around the head position.
Yeah, certainly in the first game he was targeting the Jorgensen backhand defence. Looks as though that's the tactic again here. Went for it again but missed it. A little bit off balance there when he hit that. Just pushed it out the side of the court. You can see it here. Yeah, slightly off balance, weight all on the right side there.
Oh, no, no, no. How on earth is that possible? Well, that's extraordinary, isn't it?
Wow, Jorgensen must have thought he'd won this point.
Played that from his knees. Oh, I love it. No one's ever done it. Was that a fault called? Yes, it was.
Well, he'd read it really well, hadn't he? It was a super play. Be interesting to see that. Well, whatever happens, Jorgensen's going to be in touch in the second half of this game, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's scoring points, he's sticking in with the game. He's going to turn around to his favoured side. It's wide again.
He's got a 2-point cushion here. surprised by this deciding game so far. I thought Lin Dan would come out of the blocks and really try and get a handsome lead before the change of ends. Short. Good defence.
It's a bad time for a string to go because he played the rally really well, defended really well early on in the point, created his own attacking opportunity there. Just mistimes it slightly and breaks the string, and that brings the shuttle down into the top of the net.
So 1 game all, 8 all.
That's another missed opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked to me as if he changed his mind. It seemed to be a slight hesitation.
Yeah, didn't fully commit with it. When you're going in for those net kills, if you're going to go for it, you've got to commit 100%. Not worry about the next shot. You've got to back yourself to put it on the floor. It's not a good run of points. That wasn't a well-directed smash from Lin Dan. He was there. Really disappointed, didn't get that back into play.
Well, it was the fastest single smash of the tournament so far, 269. Drifted wide.
Yeah, and you just had the feeling that was a big point as it went on, didn't you? And Jorgensen had a bad run of points. He really needed that one, I feel.
There had been 4 straight points to Lin Dan. From 6-8 down to lead 10-8.
Yeah,
No, you're right, it was important.
Misjudgment from Lin Dan again. Clearly on the line.
Just long. So it's the defending champion, who has the advantage as the change ends in this deciding game. It was just long. Goodness me, that was good judgment from Lindan. 46 minutes. And we're only halfway through the deciding game. Ian, just clarify for us, of course, Peter Gader from Denmark, currently number 4 in the world ranking. So Jan Jorgensen is the second ranked Dane. He's currently at 16 in the world ranking. How does that work out in Olympic terms of qualifying?
He's right on the edge. That's how it works out. In the singles events, for a country to have 2 players qualified, they both need to be in the top 16 in the world. So he's right on the fringe, so every match he can win is really, really crucial to him at the moment.
Yeah.
Also, he's got a few points to defend from this period last year as well. So he'll be desperate to pick up as many points as he can in the early part of this year.
Play.
Remember in a previous Olympics, one of his compatriots just missing out on that. Hannes Boesen finishing number 17 in the world and just missing out by 1 place going to the Olympics.
Hannes Boesen was studying to be a doctor, wasn't he?
He's qualified.
And he's qualified now. Important couple of rallies.
14, 10.
Yeah, Lindan noticeably keeping the shuttle down from this end. He's struggled throughout the week, controlling his length from this end, so he's going to hit down, try and keep the attack.
Though, as you've pointed out many times before in setting up the rally, is take it early at the net, gets the shuttle behind the Dane, and then of course he's got the options where he's going to play his winning smash.
Yeah, he's so good at winning time for himself in the rear court. Either with the good tight net play or the little flicks into the rear court. Forces the opponent to put up defensive lifts. That's where he's so effective.
String's gone in the racket of Lindan, that's why he's not attempting to play any attacking shots. His opponent will be aware of it too. Another one more than 1 string gone.
Well, they string them at such high tension when it breaks. If you hit another 4 or 5 shuttles with it, everything will go.
Yeah.
Surprised the umpire's given him time to take the scissors out and cut the strings though.
And that of course releases all the tension, so there's no taut on the racket head. That's why the players do that. It's not out of anger.
Yeah, that's too good. Saw Jorgensen moving off the net there. Changed his mind at the last second. Yeah. Here we'll see it. He sees Jorgensen start to move, holds it a little bit. Jorgensen commits to the backward movement and then changes his direction.
So clever, because that last rally was a hold and the net shot. The very next rally, hold and flick over his opponent's head.
Yeah, Jorgensen first forced to put up the clear. And you can't pick whether that's going straight or cross, can you?
Opened up a 5-point cushion now.
Good, he's low in defence there, Jorgensen. Gets up quickly. Lindan just guilty of going a little bit too flat with that push. Good interception.
Well, Jorgensen annoyed at himself, but in all honesty, that was super play from Lindan.
Well, Jorgensen was desperately trying to keep Lindan off the net during that rally. He was using long block defence. In the end, he was completely outmanoeuvred. Lindan doing the same thing back to Jorgensen there, using the long block, forcing the error. Jorgensen looking to play tight to the net, but he was a couple of metres off the net. This time Lindan controlling the shuttle perfectly. Great length, right on the line.
It's long. Well, since that change of ends, Lindan has been very much in control. Match points now. It's drifted wide though.
He immediately looks up at the ceiling. Still looking up there. Still hasn't quite got control, has he, of the conditions.
Two match points have come and gone. Still another 6 opportunities for Lindan. Oh, that was going wide. That's well worked by the Dane.
Yeah, good rally. Didn't take the chance of leaving the shuttle. Knows there's a lot of drift, even side drift in this hall. Played the rally out, eventually got another chance.
Short. This time, the defending champion, Lindan, converts. Well, it was a good fight by the Dane. I have to say, Lindan lost interest in the second game, rather too early on for my liking. And it came good in the end. 21-13, 8-21, 21-15 in the deciding game in a match just 2 minutes shy of the hour mark. So that means, of course, that Lindan is safely through to the semi-final, and I can tell you that in tomorrow's semi-final he'll be playing against number 6 seed Sho Sasaki of Japan, who overcame a spirited fight by Marc Juible, the German left-hander. Top half of the draw, of course, in the men's singles is Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia. He'll be playing against Du Pengyu. So Lindan takes leave of the court, and as with yesterday's matches, the only one that went the full distance was our 5th and final match, the men's singles, second of our men's singles today on quarterfinals day. We started with the women's singles and a great win for the local player, Bei Yun-ju. Then the men's doubles, and again home fans had things to celebrate with the defending champions, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia, well, just too good for Kenichi Tago of Japan. And in the women's doubles, the World Championships, silver medalists from China overcame the World Championship bronze medalists from Japan in 2 straight games. And as we've just seen in the men's singles, Lindan, well, had to work harder than he's ever had to do before against Jan Jorgensen, because of the first time that the Dane has taken a game against the current world and Olympic champion. Well, of course, this the last of our quarterfinals this afternoon, our second men's singles. And there was many a highlight today. Now that was the winning point. The skies of the overhead from Lindan, always exceptional. You can never tell. I've been watching him for years and years. I still can't tell which way he's going to hit it. How opponents down there can possibly see, I just don't know. Well, as we watch the highlights of the men's singles, I can tell you that that's all of our quarter-final action for this afternoon. We'll have semi-finals for you tomorrow, same time as today. That's 1300 local time. That's 0400 GMT. Of course, we'll have 5 semi-finals for you tomorrow. But in the meantime, from Ian Wright and myself, Jill Clark, all of us here in Seoul, hope to see you tomorrow. Bye for now.